What if the true monsters of the night didn't thirst for blood, but for something far more precious, your very essence? In the dimly lit alleyways of an ancient city, where shadows writhe like living entities, a chilling truth lurks beneath the surface. There are beings who don't just drain life, they siphon the very souls of their victims, leaving behind hollow shells that once held vibrant dreams and desires. The air crackled with an unsettling energy as the moon hung heavy in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over cobblestones slick with the night's rain. A soft whisper echoed through the streets, drawing the curious and the damned alike toward an abandoned cathedral. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of decay, but it was the heavy silence that gripped the heart. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, a drum signaling that something monumental was about to unfold within those crumbling walls. A flicker of movement caught the eye, silhouettes lurking, shifting just beyond the flickering candlelight. They were not mere shadows, but vampires of an age long forgotten, their hunger gnawing like a relentless predator. With each soul they devoured, their powers grew, enhancing the darkness that wrapped around them like a cloak. Among this coven stood Aria, a once pure soul caught in the web of their vicious grip. Her eyes, once vibrant with the spark of life, now reflected a chilling emptiness. The echoes of her laughter replaced by the mournful wails of lost spirits. Outside, the world teetered on the brink of chaos. A storm brewed on the horizon, mirroring the turmoil within. The townsfolk whispered of disappearances, of laughter that faded into silence, of a darkness that descended like a shroud. But the truth was more sinister than they could imagine. The vampires were not merely hunting for blood, they were feasting on the very dreams that sustained hope, leaving only despair in their wake. As the clock struck midnight, a loud crash reverberated through the cathedral. A figure stepped into view, a hunter, determined and reckless. She bore the scars of 1,000 battles, her heart a forge of vengeance. The moment she crossed the threshold, the air thickened, charged with an impending reckoning. Would she unravel the web of darkness that had ensnared the city, or would she become yet another victim of the insatiable vampires? With a fierce gaze, she stepped forward, confronting the ancient beings who had played puppet master for too long. The tension was palpable. Breaths were held, and time itself seemed to suspend in that moment. What would happen when the hunter met the hunted? Would she reclaim the stolen souls, or would she succumb to the very abyss she sought to battle? The night was just beginning, and the echoes of forgotten souls whispered of secrets yet to be revealed. In this dance of shadows and despair, one truth remained undeniable. The true essence of life is far more valuable than mere blood, and in the quest for survival, every choice would lead them deeper into an eternal night. In the flickering light of ancient fires, shadows danced across the faces of those gathered. The air crackled with anticipation as storytellers wove tales that sent shivers down spines. The flicker of flames mirrored the flicker of life, the breath of existence, and the essence of being. What is it that makes a person truly alive? What gives them the spark that ignites their soul? Across cultures and epochs, this question has haunted humanity. In the realm of Egyptian mythology, the ancient Egyptians believed the soul was a complex entity, comprised of multiple parts, the Ka, the Ba, and the Ak. The Ka was the life force, a dual-like shadow that clung to the body, while the Ba was a free spirit, depicted with a human head and a bird's body soaring through the skies. They believed that upon death, the Ba would leave the body to roam the heavens. This belief gave rise to elaborate burial rituals as they sought to ensure that the journey of the soul continued without interruption. The grandeur of the tombs, adorned with treasures and vibrant hieroglyphics, spoke of a culture deeply invested in the afterlife. The very act of mummification was a testament to their belief that the soul must be preserved for eternity, that it would one day reunite with its physical form. Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks pondered the soul's nature with a philosophical lens. Socrates spoke of the soul as the essence of humanity, the seat of reason and morality. Plato, too, envisioned it as immortal, journeying through cycles of rebirth. He described a world of forms, where the soul would return to learn and grow, only to be reborn into a new life. The Greeks employed myths to illustrate their beliefs. In one tale, Orpheus, the legendary musician, ventured into the underworld to reclaim his beloved Eurydice. His journey echoed the deep longing inherent in all souls to reconnect, to belong, to find peace beyond the veil of death. The tale carried with it an emotional weight, a reminder of love's power and the soul's quest for unity. Meanwhile, in the distant lands of Hindu philosophy, the concept of the soul, or Atman, was viewed through the lens of interconnectedness. The soul was seen as a fragment of the divine, a piece of a greater whole. Life was perceived as a wheel, the samsara, where souls would travel through cycles of birth, death, and rebirth. Karma dictated the path of each soul, its actions weaving a tapestry of destiny. The stories of the Bhagavad Gita spoke of warriors grappling with their duty, while revelations flowed through the divine dialogues, echoing the eternal truth that the essence of every being is sacred. In this belief system, every life is valuable, a unique note in the symphony of existence, reverberating through time. In the heart of Africa, the traditions of various tribes spoke of the Endoki, the spirit that resides within every living thing. To them, the soul was not confined to humankind. Animals, trees, rivers, all were imbued with spirits that connected the people to the earth and each other. An elder might recount a tale by the fire, explaining how ancestral spirits guided the living, how dreams carried messages from the departed. The people sang and danced, celebrating life, death, and rebirth, understanding that the soul transcended the physical realm, intertwining with the essence of creation itself. As the sun rose over the ancient lands of the Americas, the indigenous peoples spoke of spirits that roamed the land. The Navajo reverently honored the Navajo concept of the soul, believing it to be a delicate thread woven into the fabric of the universe. In ceremonies, they would invoke the spirits of their ancestors, seeking guidance and wisdom. The vibrations of drums echoed through the mountains, a heartbeat that connected them to their ancestors and the earth. With each note, they felt their souls lift, intertwined with the spirits of those who came before, a timeless echo of existence. In the icy realms of the far north, the Inuit believed in the anima, the life force that resided in every being. Their folklore spoke of the tuktu, the caribou, whose spirit was vital to their survival. Through dance and storytelling, they honored the souls of animals and nature, understanding that the earth itself held a sacred spirit. Every winter, as they gathered around fires, their stories resonated with the wisdom of the ages, a reminder that the soul is not merely a personal endeavor, but a collective journey, shared with all of creation. Amidst these beliefs, the concept of the soul remained elusive yet profoundly intimate. Cultures across time and space developed rituals, myths, and narratives that spoke to humanity's deepest fears and desires, the yearning for connection, redemption, and understanding beyond the physical realm. Each tale told around flickering fires interwove a rich tapestry of belief, reflecting the truth that the soul, no matter how defined, is a bridge between the seen and the unseen. As night fell on those ancient gatherings, the flames would crackle as if whispering secrets from beyond. The elders' voices, layered with emotion, spoke of journeys taken and paths yet to tread. Each story left behind a lingering sensation, a flutter in the chest, an understanding that the soul's origin is not bound by time or space. The collective heartbeat of humanity echoed through the ages, an everlasting quest for meaning, for connection, for the eternal whisper of the soul that calls out in the silence. In the shadows, as the embers glowed and the stories flowed, there was a palpable tension, a yearning for clarity, a thirst for understanding about what lay beyond this life. The evening air was thick with the weight of centuries of belief, an invitation to ponder what lies at the core of existence. As dawn approached, the flickering flames hinted at what was next, the shift from the whispers of the past to the awakening of new beliefs, ready to unfold in the minds and hearts of those who still sought the truth of the soul. In a time long forgotten, when the moon hung low above the jagged peaks and the stars whispered secrets to the earth, there lived a creature of such dread and despair that even the bravest souls trembled at the mention of its name. It was on a night draped in shadows that the legend of the soul drinker began, a tale etched in the hearts of those who dared to remember. The air crackled with tension as the villagers of Eldoria gathered around their flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the orange glow like ghosts in the night. They spoke in hushed tones, recounting the chilling story of Cale, a once great warrior turned harbinger of doom. Cale was known for his valor, a man who had defended his land from countless invaders, earning the love and respect of his people. But that all changed when he was seduced by the whispers of a dark entity that promised him power beyond imagination. Clues of his transformation were laid bare in the tales told by trembling lips. It was said that he first heard the voice on the eve of a fierce battle, as he stood bloodied and weary amid the fallen. The words slithered into his thoughts like a snake, promising him strength if only he would surrender his humanity. In his desperation to protect those he loved, Cale made the fateful choice, binding himself to the darkness that would forever change his fate. With each passing night, his humanity slipped away, replaced by an insatiable hunger. The villagers spoke of how he would roam the forest under the cover of darkness, his once kind eyes now glinting with a sinister glimmer. The trees bore witness to his descent, their trunks scarred by the claws of his transformation. The ground where he tread became tainted, sapped of life, leaving a trail of despair in his wake. Eldoria, once a land of laughter and joy, became a cradle of silence, haunted by the legend of the soul drinker. Children were warned to stay indoors when the moon was high, for Cale had turned his back on the light, seeking the very essence of human souls to fill the void within him. The elders, their voices trembling with fear, recounted how he would lure the unwary with the promise of safety, only to consume their souls with a hunger that could never be satisfied. As the stories spread beyond Eldoria, whispers traveled through the ages, transcending time and place, in the dark corners of taverns where hushed conversations flowed alongside bitter ale. The name of Cale became a cautionary tale, and yet there were those who sought to uncover the truth, blinded by the allure of his power. They ventured into the cursed woods, drawn by the promise of strength, unaware of the price they would pay. One fateful night, a group of intrepid souls, armed with courage and foolishness, entered the forest determined to face the soul drinker. They were unaware of the shadows that danced around them, the eyes that watched from the darkness, hungry and waiting. As they crossed the threshold between the known and the unknown, the once familiar sounds of the forest faded, replaced by an unsettling silence that seemed to swallow their very breaths. As they ventured deeper, the air grew thick with an unfamiliar chill, and the trees closed in around them like guards to a sinister throne. It was then that Cale revealed himself, his presence more terrifying than the tales had conveyed. The warriors found themselves paralyzed, not just by fear, but by the haunting recognition that the man before them was a tragic reflection of their own desires, his pain echoing their own struggles. Cale's voice, once a rallying cry for his people, now dripped with sorrow and rage. "You seek power," he asked, his tone laced with a dark melody that resonated in their bones. "You wish to wield the very essence of life? Then come forth and know what it truly means to drink of souls." With that, the air crackled as he raised his hands, summoning a tempest of shadows that twisted and writhed around him like living creatures. The warriors, caught in a web of terror and fascination, felt their resolve falter. They were mesmerized by the swirling darkness, a chaotic dance that promised strength and domination, a promise that came with a price none could truly fathom. In that moment, they realized that Kale was not just a monster, but a mirror reflecting the darkest corners of their own hearts. Each warrior felt the tug of temptation, the desire to embrace the power that came with a soul lost. The visions of glory danced before their eyes, a tantalizing glimpse of what could be. But they also saw the truth, the emptiness that echoed in Kale's laughter, the sorrow that clung to his every word. As the shadows surged, wrapping around them like a lover's embrace, the warriors understood that they were at a crossroads. To face Kale meant to confront not only the fearsome soul drinker but the very essence of who they were. Would they succumb to the darkness, or would they fight to reclaim their own humanity? The struggle raged within them, a tempest of emotion that mirrored the chaos around them. Each heartbeat echoed like thunder, a reminder of their fragile existence, teetering on the brink between light and shadow. And as the night deepened, the legends whispered their truths, intertwining with the fate of those brave enough to face the soul drinker. The winds howled, carrying with them the weight of ancient tales, and the warriors stood at the precipice of their choices. The night was far from over, and the shadows, with all their promises, beckoned them closer to the edge of oblivion. In the flickering light of a fire deep in the ancient landscape of Mesopotamia, a voice rises above the crackle of embers, weaving tales that have lingered through ages. The stars above seem to listen intently, each twinkling light a witness to the stories of souls that lived, loved, and lost in a world that felt both vast and intimate. This was not mere entertainment. It was the lifeblood of early civilization, a tapestry of beliefs stitched together by the threads of myth and memory. In the rich soil between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, the Sumerians believed that every person carried within them the essence of a divine spark, a soul that mirrored the gods they worshipped. It was said that the gods breathed life into humanity, each soul a reflection of divine chaos and order. As families gathered, the elders would recount the story of Inanna, the goddess of love, war, and fertility, who bravely ventured into the underworld. Her tale was both beautiful and tragic, a testament to the struggles that shaped the human spirit. When Inanna was stripped of her power and forced to confront death, her story held a mirror to every soul present, reminding them that life is a cycle of loss and rebirth. The fires burned low as the storyteller's voice dipped, drawing listeners closer. Eyes glimmered with unshed tears, hearts pounding with the weight of the goddess's journey. For the Sumerians, the soul was not just a part of life. It was a connection to the divine, a whisper of the universe's eternal rhythm. They believed that the soul continued to exist after death, a belief that echoed in their intricate burial rituals, where offerings and prayers were made to guide the departed through the shadows. As the sun rose over the Nile, casting golden rays upon the sands, the ancient Egyptians crafted their own narrative concerning the soul. They believed in the Ka and Ba, two distinct parts of the soul that journeyed through the afterlife. The Ka was the life force, the essence that animated the body, while the Ba was the personality, the unique spirit that would soar into the heavens upon death. The tombs of pharaohs, adorned with intricate hieroglyphs, were not merely resting places. They were gateways to eternity. As families mourned, they placed statues and food in these final abodes, anxious to ensure that the soul's journey remained uninterrupted. In shadows, flickering against the cool stone walls of a grand tomb, a widow knelt, tears streaming down her cheeks. She clutched a small figurine of her husband, whispering words meant to guide his Ka through the treacherous paths of the afterlife. With every heartbeat, she felt the connection between their souls stretch like a taut string, a bond unbroken by death. In the eyes of the Egyptians, every soul carried tales of ancestry. It was a continuum that transcended time, echoing through the lives of those who came after. To the far east, in the land of the Indus Valley, another civilization was rising, vibrant and mysterious. The people here viewed the soul through the lens of karma, a profound belief that every action, every choice, reverberated across lifetimes. According to their teachings, the soul reincarnated, each life a lesson, each experience a stepping stone toward ultimate enlightenment. In the bustling streets of Harappa, traders and craftsmen moved with purpose, aware that their current lives were but a chapter in an endless story. As dusk fell, the air thick with the scent of spices and incense, a young girl sat by the river, her thoughts swirling like the water's eddies. She had lost her beloved grandmother, and the ache in her heart felt insurmountable. But her grandmother had taught her about rebirth, the cycle of life that promised reunion. As she tossed a flower into the river, she whispered a prayer, believing her grandmother's soul would find its way back to her. The girl felt a shiver of hope, a connection that spanned lifetimes, an unbreakable thread woven through the fabric of their shared existence. In each of these ancient cultures, the soul myths served not only as explanations for life and death, but also as profound guides for living. They reminded communities of their shared humanity, of the love and loss that breathed life into their days. The myths were not confined to the past, but lived on in the hearts of each person, a symphony of emotions that resonated through generations. To the north, in the misty mountains of the Celts, the idea of the soul morphed into a rich tapestry steeped in nature. They believed in the other world, a mystical realm where souls journeyed after death, governed by the cycles of the seasons. Every tree, river, and stone held a spirit, and the Celts revered the connection between nature and soul, celebrating it in vibrant rituals. Under the silvery glow of the moon, they danced and sang, honoring their ancestors, seeking guidance from the spirits that flowed through the land. A fire crackled as villagers gathered, the drumming echoing through the night. A shaman stepped forward, eyes wild with passion, sharing the tale of a warrior who had fallen in battle. But the warrior's spirit, refusing to be forgotten, transformed into a majestic stag that roamed the woods, guiding lost souls to their final resting place. The villagers felt their hearts race, knowing that even in death the soul could soar, could roam free, carrying with it the stories of love, sacrifice, and triumph. These myths, tender and fierce, were the lifelines of early civilizations. They painted a world where the soul was a precious force, transcending the mundane and connecting humanity to the divine. The echoes of laughter, the sobs of mourning, the whispers of hope and despair, they all lived on in the tales shared around flickering fires beneath starry skies, in the hearts of people who knew that they were never truly alone. Each story an ember, glowing brightly, waiting to light the path for the next soul that would follow, forever entwined in the endless dance of existence. The flickering flames cast eerie shadows on the stone walls of the ancient castle, a fortress that had seen centuries of whispers and shadows, yet none as haunting as the tale that was about to unfold. It was a night like no other. When the veil between life and death felt thin, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and old secrets, the villagers spoke in hushed tones about a figure who roamed the outskirts, cloaked in darkness, his eyes glinting like shards of glass, a being said to feed not on blood, but on the very essence of the soul. His name was Elric, a man long thought to have vanished into the annals of time, yet his legend clung to the cobblestone streets like the morning fog. A scholar by day, Elric was consumed by a relentless thirst for knowledge that transcended the boundaries of the natural world. He could often be found perched over dusty tomes in the town library, pages yellowed with age, studying the arcane arts that most dared not touch. His eyes, once warm and inviting, grew cold and distant, mirroring the secrets he unearthed. The townspeople began to whisper, their voices trembling with fear. They noted how the laughter of children faded when Elric passed, how the vibrant colors of the flowers seemed to wilt in his presence. It wasn't long before he was shunned, labeled a pariah. Yet he remained undeterred, driven by a purpose that consumed him completely. The stories of him began to intertwine with dark folklore, the tales shifting from that of a curious scholar to something far more sinister. One fateful evening, Elric stumbled upon an ancient manuscript hidden in the depths of the library. Its leather cover cracked and its pages brittle. The script was a language lost to time, but he felt an inexplicable pull, as if the words were alive, beckoning him closer. He spent days deciphering its meaning, his obsession deepening into a feverish quest. It spoke of a dark ritual, one that promised a profound understanding of the soul, its strengths, its weaknesses, and, most chillingly, how to siphon it from the living. As Elric delved deeper, he realized the horrifying truth. He was no longer merely a seeker of knowledge. He was becoming something else, a soul vampire. The phrase echoed in his mind like a death knell, the weight of it pressing down on him. Fear clashed with an intoxicating allure as he envisioned the power he could wield. The promise of immortality danced in front of him like a mirage, and in that moment he made a decision that would haunt him for eternity. With each soul he encountered, Elric's humanity began to erode. He felt the essence of life slip through his fingers like grains of sand, leaving behind hollow shells of those he once knew. The townsfolk spoke of friends and family members who had mysteriously lost their vitality, gripped by an inexplicable malaise. They could feel it in the air, the creeping dread of something unnatural stalking them from the shadows. One rainy night, a young girl named Clara, full of laughter and light, ventured too close to the edge of the woods where Elric had taken refuge. She was the last thread of innocence in a world steeped in fear. Drawn by an unexplainable urge, she wandered beneath the gnarled trees, the silver moon illuminating her path. Elric, caught in the throes of his dark hunger, watched her approach. In that moment he felt a flicker of his former self, the kind-hearted scholar who had once dreamt of bringing joy to others. Yet the darkness inside him whispered all too sweetly, urging him to succumb to his insatiable craving. Clara stopped, sensing she was not alone. The air thickened with tension as Elric stepped forward, his heart beating a furious rhythm against his chest. Just as he reached out to her, something shifted within him. A flicker of doubt flashed in his mind. Was he truly willing to extinguish the light of such purity? Clara looked into his eyes and gasped, seeing the abyss that had claimed Elric's soul. "You don't have to do this," she whispered, her voice trembling yet resolute. "You can choose to be better." In that fleeting moment, a battle raged within Elric, a tempest of remorse battling against the seductive pull of darkness. His hand froze midair, trembling as he fought for control. But the hunger was relentless, clawing at him like a wild beast. In a twisted instant, he chose greed, and with that choice, Clara's laughter faded, replaced by a chilling silence as the life essence drained from her. Elric felt her soul slip away, a fleeting sensation of warmth replaced by an icy emptiness that gnawed at his very core. He had become the monster the villagers feared, a wraith filled with sorrow but devoid of life. The village was thrown into chaos. Day by day, people began to vanish, their spirits devoured by the unseen predator lurking in their midst. Elric remained ensconced in the shadows, a ghost in his own skin, haunted by the faces of the lives he had stolen. He wandered the woods, where the trees whispered secrets of his deeds, their branches reaching out like accusing fingers. As the days turned into nights, a hunter arose among the villagers, a fierce woman named Lyra, known for her bravery and unwavering spirit. Armed with a crossbow and an unbreakable resolve, she decided to confront the entity that had cast a pall over their lives. Unbeknownst to her, she was destined to cross paths with the very soul vampire who had left her people trembling in fear. Rumors of Elric's dark deeds had spread beyond the village, tales of a being who drew life from the innocent. As Lyra entered the woods, The wind howled around her, echoing the cries of the lost. With each step, the air thickened, laden with the weight of sorrow and despair. She could feel it, a presence watching, waiting. Elric sensed her approach, a spark of excitement igniting the remnants of his twisted heart. Here was someone who dared to challenge him, to bring an end to his reign of terror. He hid among the shadows, a predator poised to strike, yet also a man torn between the darkness he had embraced and the flickering memory of the light he had forsaken. Lyra's resolve was fierce, her heart pounding with determination. She called out into the night, her voice steady, cutting through the silence like a blade. "Elric, I know you're out there. Face me." The tension crackled like electricity in the air as Elric stepped into the moonlight. Two souls, one consumed by darkness, the other glimmering with defiance, faced each other beneath the ancient trees. The stage was set for a confrontation that would reverberate through the ages, a clash of light and shadow, knowledge and ignorance, hope and despair. In that moment, as their eyes locked, the past swirled around them like a tempest, unveiling the history that bound them. The villagers watched from the edges of the woods, their breaths held in anticipation, knowing that this encounter would change everything. It was a dance of fate, a moment where the choices of one might save or doom them all, and the air hummed with the weight of it, urging them forward into the unknown. The moon hung high in the ink-black sky, casting a silvery glow over the cobblestone streets of 18th-century Budapest. Shadows of figures flitted past flickering candles, their whispers barely breaking the stillness of the night. Among them, a tall man cloaked in darkness leaned against an ancient stone wall, his eyes glimmering with a hunger that transcended the mere thirst for blood. This was not a simple craving for life's essence, but something far more profound, an unquenchable thirst for the very souls of his victims. Centuries of tales had painted vampires as creatures of monstrous appetite, the harbingers of death with their fangs glistening in the moonlight. Yet, as the world around them transformed, so too did the very fabric of their existence. The shift from blood to soul was not merely a change, it was a revolution, a desperate grasp for meaning in an ever-evolving landscape where immortality was no longer enough. In the dimly lit taverns where whispers of forbidden practices filled the air, the vampires began to feel the sharp pangs of dissatisfaction. Blood could sustain them, but it no longer thrummed with the vibrancy of life. The rush of crimson against their lips had dulled, becoming a ritual devoid of passion. They craved something deeper. Somewhere in the echo of laughter and the clinking of glasses, the notion of the soul emerged, a fragile essence that held the power to create a connection, to feel, to remember. Historians surged with tales of the Enlightenment, a time when reason and science began to triumph over superstition. People started to question the very nature of existence, to seek knowledge beyond the tangible. And as mankind turned inward, exploring the depths of consciousness and the very essence of what it meant to be human, the vampires, too, turned their gaze toward the ethereal. They watched as scholars penned treatises on the soul, infusing the air with concepts of morality, emotion, and love. The vampires began to understand that the thrill of the chase could extend beyond the blood that spilled on cold stone floors. One fateful night, a vampire named Anton, weary of the blood-soaked nights, found himself in a crowded salon where the air was thick with the scent of perfumes and the sound of lively debates. Philosophers and poets spoke of the divine spark, the soul as a vessel of creativity and passion. With every word, Anton felt a yearning swell within him, an urgent need to reach for something beyond mortal understanding. It was then he realized that the blood he had always sought was a mere distraction, a temporary fix for a gnawing emptiness. The souls he had once consumed now beckoned him with the promise of something far greater. Anton's transformation was not sudden. It was a gradual awakening. He roamed the night, no longer driven solely by hunger but by curiosity, a thirst for understanding that rippled through the very core of his being. He began to seek out those who had suffered, those whose souls bore the weight of grief and loss. He learned to listen, to feel their pain, and in turn, his own heart awakened. The tears of a mother mourning her lost child, the laughter of a lover reunited, and the quiet resignation of the elderly filled his nights, weaving an intricate tapestry of human experience. Each encounter left him transformed, the essence of their souls resonating within him, illuminating the darkest corners of his existence. As the years rolled by, the tales of vampires grew more complex. No longer were they mere predators. They became guardians of memories and emotions, protectors of the soul's fragility. In hidden corners of the world, they gathered in whispered councils, debating the merits of their new existence. To consume a soul was no longer just to take life. It was to connect, to understand the intricacies of humanity. They spoke of the philosophy of the soul, of how it held the power to create art, to inspire revolutions, and to ignite the flames of passion. The ancient allure of blood became a shadow of its former self, eclipsed by the radiant energy of souls touched by laughter and sorrow. In this new epoch, many vampires chose to become mentors to the lost and broken. They roamed the alleyways of cities, reaching out to the downtrodden, sharing their wisdom, and nurturing the flickering light of hope in others. The streets, once filled with the echoes of screams, transformed into a sanctuary of understanding. A vampire named Isabella, with her raven black hair and piercing green eyes, became known as the Soul Keeper. She wandered through the ruins of once great kingdoms, collecting stories and emotions like precious artifacts. Each soul she touched gifted her a deeper understanding of what it meant to love, to lose, and to live. Yet not all embraced this transition. Shadows loomed even within their own ranks, as some clung desperately to the thrill of blood, seeing the shift as a betrayal of their nature. They whispered of a time when power surged through crimson streams, when fear ruled the night. Tempers flared, and tensions rose as the vampires who sought redemption clashed with those who reveled in their primal instincts. The air crackled with uncertainty, and the past threatened to consume them once more. In the quiet of the night, a thunderstorm rumbled, echoing the turmoil within. The vampire society stood on the precipice of an existential struggle. Would they embrace this new understanding, forging a path toward redemption and connection? Or would they succumb to the seductive darkness, forever bound to the blood that had once defined them? The question hung heavily in the air, a tantalizing promise of what was to come, as the moonlight flickered through the clouds, illuminating the choices that lay ahead. The whispers of change wrapped around them like a shroud, and the vampires knew that their very essence was at stake. With every heartbeat, the pulse of the night grew louder, echoing the clash between blood and soul. As they glided through the streets, the vampires prepared for a reckoning that would shake the foundations of their world, compelling them to confront the truth of who they were and the legacy they wished to leave behind. And so, the tale continued, as the lines between predator and protector blurred, urging them forward into the unknown, where their fate awaited. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced along the walls, flickering like thoughts in a restless mind. An ancient manuscript lay open on a dusty table, its pages yellowed with age, revealing long-forgotten secrets of human existence. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and something else, an echo of the countless souls that had wandered through the labyrinth of their own hearts and minds, searching for meaning. What is the soul? Is it a flickering flame, a whisper in the night, or something more profound, a tapestry woven from our deepest fears and greatest hopes? Throughout history, philosophers and mystics have pondered this question, each offering a glimpse into the complex structure of the soul. In ancient Greece, Plato believed the soul was immortal and inherently good, a divine spark that transcended the body. He spoke of a tripartite soul, divided into reason, spirit, and appetite, each vying for dominance, much like a fierce debate within oneself. As these ideas took root, the echoes of his words sent tremors through time, influencing thinkers and spiritual leaders for centuries. In the sacred texts of the East, the soul found a different interpretation. Hindu philosophy presented the soul as Atman, an individual essence that connects to the universal Brahman. This connection was not merely spiritual. It suggested that within each person lies a universe of potential, waiting to be discovered. The stories of sages who attained enlightenment through self-realization became legendary, each tale igniting hope in the hearts of seekers. The tension between the spiritual and the psychological began to weave a rich tapestry during the Renaissance. The revival of humanism brought forth a new perspective. The soul was no longer just a vessel for divine connection, but also a canvas for human experience. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo painted the human form with an intensity that captured not just physical beauty, but the emotional struggles that lay beneath. The soul, as they depicted, was not an abstract concept, but a living, breathing entity shaped by love, fear, joy, and sorrow. As the centuries rolled on, the soul's narrative took on darker tones. Friedrich Nietzsche famously declared, "God is dead," echoing the disillusionment of an age that no longer found solace in the divine. This declaration shook the very foundations of existence, leaving a void that many sought to fill. The psychological perspective began to emerge, stripping away the mystical veil that had shrouded the soul for so long. Sigmund Freud, with his theories of the unconscious, introduced a new layer to the understanding of the soul, framing it as a battleground of desires, traumas, and unfulfilled wishes. His ideas ignited debates, causing ripples that reached into the very core of human identity. And then came Carl Jung, whose depth psychology embraced the spiritual and the psychological in a way that resonated deeply with those grappling with the complexities of life. Jung saw the soul as a bridge between the conscious and the unconscious, containing elements from our ancestry, dreams, and even the collective human experience. Archetypes danced within, waiting to be recognized and integrated. It was a call to face the shadows lurking within, to embrace the wholeness of oneself, even the parts that made the heart race with fear. In the shadows of these grand theories, the soul was also becoming a personal quest. The rise of various spiritual movements transformed the understanding of the soul into something intimate and profound. New Age practices sought to heal and awaken the sleeping spirit within, tapping into the essence of ancient wisdom, the belief that the soul could be nurtured and expanded through meditation, yoga, and self-reflection. A sense of community blossomed around these practices, where individuals shared their journeys, their struggles, and their triumphs, each story adding another thread to the rich fabric of the human experience. Yet, as the world rushed forward, the question of the soul remained. In the chaos of modern life, where screens often replaced face-to-face connections, many began to feel a gnawing emptiness. The psychological toll of isolation and anxiety surged, leading to a yearning for something deeper, something sacred. It was as if the whispers of the past called out, urging people to reconnect with their essence, to seek the truth that lay buried beneath layers of doubt and fear. Through the lens of spirituality, practices like mindfulness and gratitude emerged, inviting individuals to slow down and tune into their inner selves. The act of journaling became a sacred ritual, a way to excavate hidden emotions and thoughts that clamored for attention. With every stroke of the pen, souls began to awaken, peeling back the layers of pain and joy alike, revealing the raw beauty of existence. Psychologists, too, started to incorporate these spiritual dimensions into therapeutic practices. The healing power of storytelling became a focal point in therapy rooms, where individuals shared their narratives, transforming pain into purpose. As they voiced their struggles, the act of sharing became a bridge, a pathway to understanding not just themselves, but also the shared human experience, a collective tapestry of resilience. The conversation spiraled, reaching into the depths of existential questions. What does it mean to truly be alive? Are we merely bodies traversing time? Or is there a deeper essence that binds us together? The lines between the spiritual and psychological blurred, creating a vibrant dialogue that sparked curiosity and introspection. In quiet moments, the idea of the soul lingered like a soft melody, inviting each person to listen closely. The journey within was not a solitary path but a collective dance, where each soul intertwined with another, sharing in the beauty and pain of the human experience. The echoes of history reverberated through time, urging everyone to search not just for answers, but for understanding, a profound connection to the very fabric of being. As the shadows deepened in the room, the manuscript continued to whisper its secrets, urging souls to awaken and engage in the eternal dance of existence. Every heartbeat, every breath, was a reminder that the exploration of the soul was far from over. It was a journey that beckoned for more, calling forth the mind, the heart, and the spirit to unite in a quest that transcended the ages. In the flickering candlelight of an ancient temple, shadows danced across stone walls, creating a haunting spectacle that whispered of forgotten rituals. The air was thick with the scent of incense and something more primal, an echo of lives lost and spirits yearning for release. Here, in this sacred space, the line between the living and the dead blurred, revealing a world where the unseen played a pivotal role in human existence. Across cultures and centuries, the practice of soul harvesting has woven itself into the fabric of human history, each thread rich with emotion and purpose. In the damp forests of the Amazon, indigenous tribes perform the ayahuasca ceremony, a profound journey into the self, believed to connect them with the spirits of their ancestors. It is said that the brew allows practitioners to confront their deepest fears and traumas, but it also serves a more unsettling purpose, communing with spirits to ensure that no soul wanders lost in the void. The shaman, with eyes that seem to hold the wisdom of ages, calls upon the ancestors, inviting them back into the realm of the living, a delicate dance between life and the ethereal. Far from the Amazon, in the frost-bitten tundras of Siberia, the Yakut people engage in a chilling ritual known as soul calling. Here, the winter's breath is so cold it seeps into the bones, and the shadows grow long with the setting sun. A shaman, cloaked in furs, ascends to a sacred hill, invoking the spirits to guide him. He believes that the souls of the departed roam freely, and without proper guidance they may become trapped in the icy abyss. With a drumbeat echoing the heart's pulse, he chants to call them home, a haunting melody that reverberates through the frozen landscape. The air crackles with anticipation as the veil between worlds thins, revealing glimpses of those who have walked before. Further south, in the sun-drenched deserts of the Middle East, the traditions shift, but the essence remains. The ancient Egyptians, masters of the afterlife, believed fiercely in the power of the soul. Their mummification processes were not just about preserving the body. They were a means to ensure the soul's safe passage into the afterlife. The Book of the Dead, filled with spells and incantations, served as a guide for the soul's journey. Priests, adorned with sacred symbols, would recite these powerful words, standing guard over the deceased. They were not merely preserving a corpse, but harvesting hope, ensuring that the essence of the departed would live on, thriving in the eternal fields of Aru. Among the rolling hills of Ireland, the ancient Celts imbued their practices with nature's magic. Samhain, a festival that marked the end of the harvest season, blurred the boundaries between the living and the dead. On this night, it was believed that the veil between worlds lifted, allowing spirits to return and mingle with their kin. Families would leave offerings at their doorsteps, a silent invitation to the ancestors, welcoming them home for the night. The flickering of bonfires cast eerie shadows as tales of those who had passed echoed in the crisp air. This was a celebration tinged with both joy and sorrow, a reminder that while the body may perish, the soul is eternal. In the heart of Africa, The Dogon tribe of Mali holds an intricate understanding of the cosmos and the soul's journey. Their rituals are steeped in the belief that souls have cosmic origins, tied to the stars and the very fabric of the universe. During funeral rites, the community gathers, draped in vibrant colors, their voices rising in song and dance, celebrating the life lived. The soul, they believe, must be guided back to the stars, a journey that requires the careful orchestration of sacred rites. The elders, with their deep connection to the cosmos, perform rituals that resonate with the energy of the universe, ensuring that the departed return to the celestial home from which they came. In the bustling streets of ancient China, ancestral worship took on a profound importance. Families would honor their ancestors with offerings of food, incense, and rituals during the Qingming festival. Here, in the reverence paid to those who came before, the living sought guidance and protection, believing that their loved ones watched over them. The practice of soul harvesting, in this sense, became a vital thread in the tapestry of life, a means of keeping the past alive and the spirits close. The act of bowing before the ancestral tablets stirred emotions deep within: gratitude, longing, and a sense of belonging that transcended the mortal realm. As night fell, the world would come alive with stories of the spirits. In every culture, every corner of the globe, the threads of soul harvesting intertwine, revealing a rich tapestry of shared beliefs and practices. The rituals may differ, but the heart of the matter remains the same: a deep-seated need to connect with what lies beyond, to ensure that no soul is left adrift in the shadows. In the stillness that follows a ritual, the echoes of chants linger in the air, reminding the living of their fleeting existence and the souls that watch over them. The fear of losing connection, of forgetting, reverberates through each community, and as the candlelight flickers and the shadows grow, the question lingers: what happens to the souls that remain unharvested? What stories do they carry, and what truths do they whisper in the silent void? The answer is held in the breath of every shaman, the heart of every ancient rite, and the tears shed for those who have crossed the threshold. The longing for connection, the fear of loss, these emotions weave together a universal narrative that resonates with every human heart, binding the past to the present in a dance that never truly ends. In this eternal cycle, where souls are both cherished and released, a deeper understanding emerges, one that beckons to be told, one that pulses with the rhythm of life itself, echoing into the abyss of the unknown. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows danced across the walls, whispering secrets from ages long past. A chill traced its way down the spine of anyone who dared to listen too closely. The air thickened with an unshakable sense of dread, for in this quiet moment, the soul vampire lurked. An entity so haunting, its very essence could drain the life from those who crossed its path. Soul vampires manifest in various forms across folklore, woven intricately into the cultural tapestries of different societies. In Eastern European legends, they take the shape of the strigoi, restless spirits of the dead who return to feast on the vitality of the living. These apparitions, believed to roam the night with a thirst that could never be quenched, embody a profound terror, the fear of death and what lies beyond. The strigoi's chilling wails echo in the silence, their presence a reminder of the fragile boundary between life and the afterlife. Villagers once took precautions such as burying their dead face down, a desperate attempt to keep these horrors at bay. Across the ocean, in the rich folklore of the Americas, the soul vampire appears as the Wendigo, an insatiable spirit born from starvation. Once a human who succumbed to the dark temptation of cannibalism, it transforms into a gaunt, emaciated creature, its eyes glinting with madness. The Wendigo is not just a monster, but a cautionary tale, teaching lessons about the dangers of greed and the desperation that can lead to moral decay. The chilling sound of its growl reverberates through the forest, a harbinger of doom for any who dare to wander into its territory. In Asia, the concept takes on a different hue with the aswang, a shapeshifter of Philippine lore. At night, this creature transforms into a bat or a dog, preying upon unsuspecting victims to siphon their life force. With a sinister mix of allure and horror, the aswang captivates the imagination, embodying the dread of betrayal and the fear that even those closest to us might harbor dark intentions. The tales of aswangs have fueled countless sleepless nights, as parents warn their children to stay close to home, the shadows of the trees whispering secrets of what might be lurking just beyond sight. In the ancient texts of Mesopotamia, one finds the mythical figure of Lamashtu, a demoness who preyed upon pregnant women and infants. Her thirst for souls was insatiable, and her very existence was a manifestation of the fears surrounding motherhood and the fragility of life. The rituals performed to ward her off were steeped in desperation, as families sought to protect their loved ones from a fate worse than death. The haunting songs sung to invoke protection against Lamashtu echoed through the ages, a poignant reminder of how deeply rooted these fears are in human experience. Over in the icy realms of Scandinavia, the Draugr established itself as another soul vampire, a risen dead who guards its treasure and feasts upon the living. This creature, with its ghastly appearance and foul smell, is a powerful representation of the fear of death and the unknown. The Draugr's ability to increase its size and strength in battle added to its terrifying aura, as warriors recounted tales of encounters that turned their blood cold. The chilling wind of the fjords seemed to carry their cries, a warning to those who sought wealth beyond the grave. In the heart of Africa, tales of the Impundulu, or lightning bird, weave a different narrative of vampiric energy. This creature is said to be a servant of witches, summoned to drain the life force from its victims. The fear surrounding the Impundulu touches on the themes of power and magic, illuminating the dark corners of human relationships where envy and greed can lead to devastation. The crack of thunder heralding its arrival sends shivers down spines as the tales of its wrath linger long after the storm has passed. As these tales spread through the ages, they reveal a common thread of fear of losing one's essence, of becoming less than human. The soul vampire is not merely a creature of the night, but a metaphor for the burdens we carry, the emotional toll of our experiences. Each culture, through its unique lens, captures this essence, painting a picture of the eternal struggle between light and dark, vitality and decay. The chilling truth is that these legends exist not just in the realm of fiction. They echo the very real anxieties that define human existence. Beneath the surface of these stories lies an unsettling reality. The soul vampire thrives in the shadows of our fears. In modern society, where the pace of life often feels relentless and draining, one might wonder if these legends serve as a warning, a form of cautionary tale reminding us of the importance of protecting our spirit. The hustle and bustle of daily life can leave a person feeling hollow, as if their very life force is being quietly siphoned away by the demands of the world around them. And so, the tales continue to haunt, shaping our understanding of what it means to be alive, to hold on to our souls in an ever-challenging world. The flickering candlelight serves as both a beacon and a warning, a reminder of the delicate balance between existence and the abyss that surrounds it. The stories of soul vampires bind us through time, reflecting our deepest fears while also igniting our imaginations. In the stillness of night, as the shadows stretch and yawn, who among us can say they don't feel a twinge of apprehension? Who can dismiss the idea that perhaps, just beyond the veil of the ordinary, there lies a lurking presence, a soul vampire waiting to draw the breath from our very being? In the flickering candlelight of a dimly lit scriptorium, the air was thick with the scent of ink and parchment. A lone monk hunched over his work, his quill dancing across the page, capturing the whispers of shadows that haunted the edges of his consciousness. The tales he penned spoke of creatures so sinister they could steal not just life, but the very essence of a soul. These were the soul vampires, entities that fed on the energy, joy, and spirit of the living, leaving behind hollow shells of once vibrant beings. The stories surrounding soul vampires were not mere fables. They held the chilling weight of truth. The medieval world, with its dark forests and misty moors, was rife with superstition. Villagers, terrified of the unseen forces that lurked in the night, would gather around the hearth, the glow of the fire illuminating their worried faces. They spoke in hushed tones of the night's terror and the figures that haunted their dreams, spirits that could invade the mind and spirit, draining hope and passion like a thief in the night. One such tale unfolded in a distant village. A young woman, Eleonora, known for her radiant laughter and luminescent spirit, found herself a target for a soul vampire. Rumors whispered that this malevolent being had roamed the earth for centuries, feeding off the light of the innocent, leaving behind a trail of despair. As the harvest moon rose high in the sky, casting silver shadows upon the cobbled streets, the village felt an unsettling shift. Eleonora's laughter faded, replaced by a heavy silence that wrapped around her like a shroud. The villagers noticed her change, their hearts heavy with concern. Friends who once danced with her now found their joy dimming as well. The soul vampire's influence was insidious, spreading like a dark mist through the village, wrapping its cold fingers around the hearts of those who came too close. It was said that the vampire could drain a soul simply by making eye contact, leaving its victims listless and empty, as though their very being had been siphoned away. As the days turned into weeks, the once vibrant village became a ghost of itself. Farmers stalled in their fields, unable to muster the strength to tend to their crops. Children's laughter was replaced by whispers of fear, their eyes wide with the terror of shadows that danced just beyond their sight. The monk, who chronicled these events, felt a growing urgency. His ink-stained fingers trembled as he wrote. The words felt like a warning that no one heeded. In the depths of the forest, the soul vampire lurked, its hungry eyes gleaming with malevolent hunger. It moved with a grace that belied its sinister intentions, a dark shroud blending into the night. Those who encountered it would later describe a deep sense of dread that washed over them, a feeling that their very essence was being pulled away, like a candle snuffed out too soon. The vampire thrived on the darkness it created, reveling in the despair of the living. In a desperate bid to save her, Eleonora's friends sought the help of an ancient healer. They climbed the mountains where the air grew thin and bitter to find a woman rumored to hold the knowledge of the old ways. The healer, shrouded in legends and whispers, met them with piercing eyes that seemed to look right through their souls. She spoke softly, her voice like a gentle breeze, yet heavy with the weight of knowledge. "To defeat a soul vampire," she warned, "one must confront the darkness within themselves." The villagers gathered their courage, determined to reclaim their joy and light. They held hands in a circle, their hearts pounding as they summoned their inner strength, the bond of friendship flickering like a candle against the dark. Together, they faced their fears, confronting the shadows that the vampire had planted deep within them. It was a battle, not just against an external force, but against the sorrow and despair that had taken root in their hearts. As they chanted, a brilliant light erupted from the center of their circle, illuminating the forest with a warmth that pushed back against the cold. The soul vampire, drawn by the glowing energy, recoiled, its form twisting and writhing as the light engulfed it. Eleonora, standing at the edge of the circle, felt her spirit surge. The laughter that had been stifled for so long bubbled forth, a sound so pure it reverberated through the trees, shattering the oppressive silence. The vampire shrieked, a sound that echoed through the night, a chilling reminder of the darkness it represented. And in that moment, the air crackled with tension. Shadows that had loomed over the village began to recede, retreating in the face of their united strength. Yet, even as they celebrated their victory, the villagers understood that the battle was never truly over. The soul vampire was but one of many creatures that lurked beyond the veil, waiting for the light to fail once more. As Eleonora's laughter filled the midnight air, the monk's quill scratched furiously against the parchment, capturing every moment, every flicker of hope and despair. He could feel the weight of history pressing against him, an urgency to document not just the triumph, but the lessons learned from facing the shadow. The stories of soul vampires continued to weave through the fabric of medieval life, serving as a reminder that darkness can lurk in the corners of even the brightest souls. And so, the tales of soul vampires became interwoven with the very essence of life in the medieval world. They were not merely stories, but reflections of the struggles faced by all, a reminder that joy and despair danced hand in hand, forever entwined in the tapestry of existence. As the night deepened, the flickering candlelight cast long shadows, hinting at the mysteries yet to unfold, the battles still to be fought, and the light that would always strive to rise above the darkness. The air crackled with a strange energy, as if the very fabric of reality was being spun anew. A flickering candle cast eerie shadows on the stone walls of a cramped workshop. Dust motes danced lazily in the warm glow, but the atmosphere buzzed with unbridled tension. On the cluttered wooden table lay forgotten texts, their yellowed pages whispering secrets of souls and power. The scent of herbs and burning wax filled the room, but beneath that was something darker, a hint of sacrifice. In the shadows, the figure of a man loomed, his eyes glinting with a feverish light. His name was Alaric, once a scholar driven by pure curiosity, now a seeker of truths that others dared not touch. He believed that the essence of a soul could be harnessed, that transformation was not merely a philosophical concept, but a tangible reality. His heart raced at the thought of what lay ahead, a dangerous path that few had the courage to tread. Legends whispered of ancient alchemists who had successfully transformed base metals into gold. But what if there was a deeper truth? What if the secret to true power lay not in the transmutation of metal, but in the alchemy of the soul? Alaric's mind flooded with images of ancient rituals, shadowy figures standing in circles, chanting incantations long forgotten. Each soul they summoned, each breath they took, a step closer to mastery. Outside, the world was oblivious to Alaric's desperate quest. People toiled, laughed, loved, and lost. Yet, within those mundane lives lay the very essence he craved, their souls shimmering like jewels, each one unique. He could feel it, a magnetic pull drawing him to the essence of humanity itself. He had studied the writings of those who walked this path before him, particularly the enigmatic Paracelsus, who spoke of the human soul as a vessel of divine energy. Alaric was captivated by the thought that perhaps the power to create, to heal, and to control rested within these souls, waiting for someone brave enough to grasp it. He gathered his tools, a vial of mercury, a bowl of crushed herbs, and an ancient dagger that had seen the blood of countless rituals. Each item held a story, a history of those who had come before him. His heart thundered as he prepared to conduct the forbidden rite. He had learned of the sacred geometry that aligned the stars and planets, a celestial map that dictated the flow of energy through the universe. As he began the incantation, his voice trembled with a mix of fear and exhilaration. He envisioned the souls of those around him, the laughter of children, the sorrow of the elderly, all of it swirling into a potent force that could be summoned. Alaric felt the weight of history pressing down on him, the echoes of the past urging him forward, even as a chill crept up his spine. Moments turned into eternities as he chanted, the air thickening with anticipation. He could almost hear the whispers of the souls, their laughter and cries resonating in his mind. In that moment of clarity, he understood. Every soul was forged from the fires of experience, yet many were trapped in the mundane, unaware of their potential. Could he be the alchemist who set them free? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the room, extinguishing the candle and plunging him into darkness. panic surged within him, but he pressed on, his voice rising, demanding the energy he sought. The shadows seemed to pulse, and with each word he felt the room become alive, a heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the universe, thrumming with the desires of countless souls. But darkness is a fickle partner. It writhed and twisted around him. And Alaric felt a presence, a resistance. The souls he sought were not idle. They vibrated with energy, a storm brewing beneath the surface. He could sense their fear, their longing, their hope. Was he a savior or a thief? The weight of his intentions threatened to crush him. With a surge of adrenaline, he thrust the dagger into the bowl of crushed herbs, the sharp blade gleaming in the dark. The air exploded with a pungent aroma, intoxicating and raw. Alaric's heart raced as he felt the energy shift, the atmosphere around him charging with potent vibrations. The incantation reached a fever pitch, and he could taste the power on his tongue, sweet and bitter all at once. A scream ripped through the air, raw and piercing, sending chills down his spine. It was not one voice, but many, blending into a cacophony of anguish and desire. Alaric staggered backward, the weight of what he was attempting crashing over him like a tidal wave. This was no mere experiment. He was wading into a realm where the line between life and death blurred, where every soul was a universe unto itself. Yet amidst the turmoil, a glimmer of light appeared. A flicker in the dark began to coalesce, a shimmering figure emerging from the shadows. It was neither male nor female, but a radiant embodiment of energy and emotion, a soul in its purest form. Alaric felt his breath catch. He was face to face with the very essence of what he had sought. His heart pounded as the figure reached out, an ethereal hand stretching toward him, inviting and imploring. Alaric hesitated, caught between his ambition and the truth of what he was witnessing. Did he dare grasp the light? Would he become the master of souls, or merely a pawn in a cosmic game? The figure pulsed, a heartbeat echoing in the silence, promising enlightenment, power, and perhaps a terrible cost. Alaric felt the weight of countless generations upon him, the hopes and dreams of those long gone intertwining with his own. The world spun, a kaleidoscope of emotion and possibility, where every choice bore the weight of eternity. As he stepped forward, the boundaries of his reality began to blur. He could feel the souls around him shifting, swirling with anticipation, ready to be transformed into something greater. The air thickened with tension, a palpable energy that begged for release. The workshop, filled with echoes of the past and the tremors of the present, held its breath. What would become of Alaric in this sacred dance of souls? The answer lay just beyond his reach, a shimmering thread leading into the unknown. The story was far from over. In fact, it was only just beginning. The flickering candlelight danced on the walls of the ancient chapel, casting shadows that twisted and turned like the whispered fears of the faithful who had come seeking solace. The air was thick with the scent of incense and desperation, a mixture that clung to the skin and made the heart race. Outside, the wind howled like a pack of wolves, a haunting reminder of the dark forces that lurked just beyond the sanctuary of stained glass and stone. It was here, in this sacred space, that the influence of religion on the soul vampires was woven together like a tapestry of light and darkness, a tale of hope and despair. Long ago, when the world was still young and superstition gripped the hearts of men, the concept of the soul vampire began to take shape. These entities, shrouded in mystery, were said to drain the very essence of life from their victims, leaving behind nothing but hollow shells. But what truly gave them power was the insidious blend of spiritual fear and religious fervor that enveloped the communities they haunted. The teachings of the Church, with their stern warnings of sin and punishment, fed the belief that these dark beings thrived on the energy of the damned. The history of soul vampires intertwined with the rise of organized religion, each feeding off the other like a grotesque dance. In the shadows of the cathedrals, priests spoke of sins and salvation, their voices echoing through the hallowed halls. Yet it was in the whispers and the fears of the congregation that the real power lay. The stories of the undead, those who walked among the living with a thirst for souls, spread like wildfire through the towns. They were seen as punishment for moral failings, a reminder that the divine could turn its back on the unworthy. In medieval Europe, the Church wielded immense power. During times of plague and fear, the sermons became more impassioned, warning of the soul vampires that roamed the night, ready to pounce on the unwary. The faithful trembled as they listened, hearts palpitating with the terror of being the next victim. The priests, draped in their flowing robes, capitalized on these fears, intertwining doctrine with tales of the supernatural. They urged their followers to pray, to fast, to cleanse their souls, all while the specter of the soul vampire hung over them like a dark cloud. But the Church itself was not devoid of the hunger that it condemned. Historical accounts speak of clergymen who, under the guise of sanctity, exploited their parishioners' fears. They promised protection from the soul vampires in exchange for loyalty and devotion, filling coffers while manipulating the very essence of faith. These actions blurred the line between the spiritual and the predatory, creating a cycle of fear and dependency. The result was a generation steeped in anxiety, where the soul vampire became a tangible representation of their darkest fears, a reflection of their moral dilemmas. As the centuries passed, the influence of religion on the concept of the soul vampire only grew, evolving into various forms. In some cultures, these beings morphed into demonic figures, fueled by rituals and rites that sought to banish evil. The ancient texts of the Kabbalah spoke of Lilith, a nocturnal spirit said to steal the souls of infants, reinforcing the belief that danger lurked in the night. Meanwhile, in Eastern traditions, entities like the hungry ghost arose, echoing the fears of unattained desires and unfulfilled existences. In the heart of the Inquisition, the hysteria reached a fever pitch. Accusations of witchcraft and dealings with the devil turned neighbors against one another. Those who practiced alternative faiths, or who simply lived on the fringes of society, were branded as soul vampires themselves, their very existence a threat to the spiritual order. The Church's grip tightened, utilizing fear as a weapon to root out those who defied its authority. The pyres burned bright, with innocent souls sacrificed in rituals meant to purify the land of the perceived menace. Each crackle of the flames whispered secrets of betrayal, as the line between the sinner and the sacrificed blurred into oblivion. The stories of soul vampires transformed with the Age of Enlightenment, yet the undercurrent of fear remained. Literature began to reflect the complexities of the human soul, embodying the struggles between light and dark. Figures like Dracula emerged, a manifestation of the very fears the Church had instilled generations earlier. The allure of immortality, intertwined with the hunger for souls, represented the ultimate rebellion against divine authority. Readers were drawn to the tension, captivated by the clash of good and evil, bound by the threads of religious influence that had shaped their deepest fears. Even in contemporary times, the shadows of the past linger, weaving themselves into the fabric of modern beliefs. The influence of religion on the concept of soul vampires can still be felt in popular culture, where the battle between redemption and damnation plays out in every vampire tale. The fascination with these creatures speaks to the enduring human struggle with morality, the desire for connection, and the fear of the darkness that resides within. Those who seek the light must remember the origins of their fears, the tales that spun from the mouths of priests and storytellers long ago. As the candle flickers and the wind howls outside, the feeling of unease creeps back in. The soul vampire, in all its terrifying glory, is not merely a monster. It is a reflection of our deepest anxieties, a reminder of the power that religion can wield over the human psyche. And as the line between faith and fear continues to blur, the haunting question remains: who is truly the vampire, and who is the victim in this eternal struggle for the soul? The air hung heavy with tension, a silence so thick it bordered on suffocating. In the small, forgotten town of Salem, where shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, fear blossomed like a ravenous flower. The streets were lined with whispers, and the faces of neighbors had twisted into masks of suspicion. Accusations flew like arrows, seeking flesh to wound and souls to drain, leaving nothing but dread in their wake. A young girl, trembling and wide-eyed, stood in the town square, her finger quivering as she pointed at an elderly woman. "She made me do it. She sends her spirit to torment me." Her voice cracked, piercing the heavy silence and flooding the square with a chilling accusation. Gasps erupted from the crowd, eyes darting from the girl to the woman, whose wrinkled face instantly morphed into one of horror. The word witch hung in the air, a spell of its own that transformed lives forever. In the days that followed, the accusations grew like a wildfire, consuming everything in their path. It was a time when darkness seeped into the very fabric of society, and fear replaced trust. Neighbors turned against each other. Once cherished friendships were dashed against the rocks of paranoia. The town that had thrived on community spirit became a battlefield where the innocent trembled and the guilty reveled in the chaos. The courtroom, a grim setting of wooden benches and cold stone walls, became the crucible of fate. Under the dim glow of flickering torches, terrified women stood trial for crimes they could barely comprehend. In the heat of the moment, the very air crackled with tension as accusers took their stand, voices rising in fervor. "She cursed my baby," shrieked one mother, her face twisted in anguish, her tears mixing with rage. The accused, shackled and trembling, could only bow her head, knowing the odds were stacked against her. Spectators filled the room, their eyes gleaming with a mix of horror and fascination, each testimony fueling the flames of hysteria. The cries of the innocent mingled with the sinister chants of the guilty, crafting a cacophony that echoed through the ages. Witch! Demon! Sorcery! The words flared like hot coals, igniting the passions of the crowd, who had long abandoned reason for frenzy. As the trials progressed, the living nightmare grew more surreal. A young woman named Rebecca Nurse, known for her kindness and gentle spirit, found herself ensnared in this web of delusion. Her name echoed through the courtroom, each utterance a dagger aimed at her heart. How could they accuse her? The air thickened with disbelief, yet the once thriving community was now a symphony of accusations, and Rebecca was but one note in the chaos. The tension reached a fever pitch on an afternoon when a group of girls, seemingly possessed, began to scream and writhe on the floor. Their eyes rolled back, and they claimed to see spirits, to hear the whispers of the damned. The crowd gasped, their faces pale with terror. From that moment, the boundary between reality and the imagined blurred. Each accusation became a truth, each frightened look a confession. The air vibrated with the haunting knowledge that anyone could fall into the trap. Anyone could be branded a witch. Amidst the hysteria was a man named Reverend Hale, who had come to rid the town of evil. But as he stood before the courtroom, he felt the weight of his own beliefs crumble. The fervor he once supported now made his stomach churn. The faces of the accused haunted his dreams, their eyes pleading for justice that was nowhere to be found. He watched as innocent spirits were crushed under the weight of unfounded allegations, their lives reduced to mere words that hung in the air like the acrid smoke of a bonfire. Days turned into weeks, and the trials spiraled into madness. The gallows loomed over the town like a specter of doom, casting shadows over the lives of those who dared to speak out. The price of speaking truth became too high, and silence became the cloak of survival. Families were torn apart, love replaced by fear and suspicion. The fabric of community unraveled, thread by thread, as the witch hunt claimed its victims. In this cauldron of chaos, some found power in the fear of others. The accusers, emboldened by the frenzy, reveled in their newfound authority. They pointed fingers not just to condemn, but to elevate their own status. Each whisper of "witch" echoed through the town, and with it came a twisted sense of triumph, a soul-draining satisfaction that fed the darkness within. The cries for justice drowned beneath the roar of the hungry mob. Outside the courtroom, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows that mirrored the darkness in the hearts of many. As the day turned to night, the town slumbered unevenly, dreams tainted by the fear of the gallows. Families huddled together, holding tightly to one another as if to ward off the unspeakable terror that loomed just outside their doors. And still, the accusations continued. Each name spoken in hushed tones became a mark of shame, staining lives that had once been bright with promise. The air was thick with sorrow and dread, a suffocating reminder that truth had become a casualty in the battle against fear. The witch trials had become a force of nature, a storm that raged on, leaving destruction in its wake. As the moon rose high, casting an eerie glow over Salem, the whispering winds carried the weight of the souls lost to unfounded fears. The trials were far from over. The line between right and wrong blurred beyond recognition. The darkness clung to the town like a shroud, and the stories of those accused began to intertwine, each life a thread in a tapestry of terror. The echoes of their cries lingered in the air, a haunting melody that would not fade. For in Salem, the witch trials were just beginning. In the flickering candlelight of a dimly lit Parisian salon, a group of intellectuals gathered, their laughter punctuated by the haunting tales of the strange and unexplainable. Outside, a fog rolled through the cobblestone streets, wrapping the city in a cloak of mystery. It was the age of enlightenment, a time of reason and scientific inquiry. Yet here, in this room, the air crackled with a tension that hinted at something darker. The eminent philosophers and scientists, like Voltaire and Diderot, were beginning to cast their critical gaze toward the shadows that flickered against the walls, questioning every corner of existence, even the monstrous. As the discussions turned toward the supernatural, a hush fell over the room. The tales of vampirism, once relegated to the folklore of peasants, now crept into the minds of the enlightened. The very idea of blood-drinking creatures began to stir a morbid curiosity, a fascination that intertwined the rationale with the irrational. A young woman, her face pale and luminous, recounted the account of a village plagued by a series of mysterious deaths. Whispers of a vampire among them had sent shivers down the spines of the townsfolk, and her words painted a chilling picture that seemed to draw the listeners into the very heart of that fear. But amidst the rising excitement, an older man, his brow furrowed in contemplation, began to challenge the tales. "What if," he proposed slowly, "these stories are mere reflections of our fears of death and disease? The vampire, a symbol of our own mortality?" His voice, while steady, trembled with the weight of his own musings. The others leaned closer, caught in the web of his reasoning, as he unraveled the psychology of fear. The stories of the undead were not just horror, they were mirrors, reflecting societal anxieties about life and death. Outside, the night thickened and the wind howled like a distant, mournful spirit. The flickering candle flames danced, casting long shadows that seemed to writhe with life. The woman's earlier story lingered like a ghost in the air, and the man continued. "Imagine a world where the unknown is explained, not by superstition, but by science. What if the vampire is not a creature of the night but a symptom of a disease, a metaphor for the bloodshed of war or plague?" His words ignited a spark. Others joined in, weaving their ideas into a tapestry of reason. They began to rationalize vampirism, transforming ancient fears into a subject of scholarly debate. In a distant village, the echoes of the salon's discussion resonated in the heart of a terrified community. A mother clutched her child, whispering prayers as the village gathered to confront the supposed vampire. Fear had grown so deep that logic had become a stranger. They spoke of a man who had died weeks earlier, his body buried but now rumored to stalk the living, As torches flickered in the dark, the villagers, wielding pitchforks and lanterns, marched toward the graveyard, their shouts mingling with the wind, a cacophony of fear and anger. They believed they were about to face evil incarnate. Yet, within the walls of intellectual discourse, the Enlightenment thinkers pondered a different kind of evil, one that lurked within the human psyche. The older man's voice echoed in their minds, challenging them to confront not just the monsters of folklore, but the very nature of humanity itself. Could the vampire be a representation of unchecked desire, a symbol of the darker sides of enlightenment, the thirst for knowledge, the lust for power? The emotional tension in the salon swelled, each person grappling with their own internal monsters as the night deepened. The village raid ended with chaos, fueled by fear rather than reason. The lifeless body of the man was exhumed, and as they tore at the earth, they unearthed more than just a corpse. They unearthed the primal terror that lay beneath their skin. With every shovel of dirt displaced, they fought against the shadows of their own fears, the fear of the unknown, the fear of death, the fear of losing their humanity. It was a tragedy born not of the supernatural, but of the very real horrors that sprang from ignorance and superstition. Back in the salon, the conversation pivoted. The tales of vampirism morphed into discussions about the nature of humanity and the boundaries of knowledge. A young man stood, his voice trembling with conviction. What if we can't always rely on reason? What if there are truths that lie beyond our understanding? His plea hung in the air, a desperate cry for the forgotten shadows of emotion in a world that increasingly valued reason over feeling. The candle flames flickered violently, as if responding to the charged atmosphere. Blood ran cold in the hearts of those present as they grappled with the idea that perhaps, in their quest for enlightenment, they had overlooked the very essence of what it meant to be human. The tales of bloodsuckers, once a source of horror, had morphed into a poignant reminder of the complexities that lay within each of them, the conflicts between desire and morality, fear and understanding. As they debated, the winds outside whipped through the streets, carrying the echoes of the villagers' cries. The shadows cast by their flickering candles lengthened and twisted, mimicking the turmoil that churned in their hearts. The Enlightenment was meant to bring light, but what if that light only illuminated the darker corners of the human soul? The room vibrated with tension. Ideas clashed like swords, and the atmosphere thickened with the weight of history, a history that was both terrifying and profoundly human. In that moment of collective uncertainty, the salon stood as a crossroads, and the very nature of vampirism shifted. No longer merely tales of the undead, they had become a lens through which to examine the essence of life itself. What lay ahead was an awakening, a realization that the monsters they sought to define were not just outside them, but also within. The line between the rational and the irrational blurred, and with every heartbeat, the tension thickened, binding the past with the present, as the shadows loomed larger and closer. The moon hung low, casting a silvery glow on the cobbled streets of London, where shadows danced under flickering gaslights. A chill swept through the air, thick with whispers of longing and despair. It was a time when the heart felt heavier, when love was both an exquisite pleasure and a haunting curse. Here, amid the swirling fog, the Romantic era unfolded, an age drenched in emotion, where poets and writers poured their very souls onto paper, often revealing a darker side of love that lingered like a ghost. In this world, the soul vampire lurked, not as a creature of the night, but as an idea, a metaphor for those who siphoned life from others through the intensity of their passions. The likes of Lord Byron, with his brooding eyes and tempestuous spirit, embodied this figure. He seemed to glow with a charisma that could ignite the spark of obsession in anyone who gazed upon him. But beneath the surface, there lay the raw truth. His love could consume, could devour, leaving nothing but shadows in its wake. It was in the depths of his sonnets that one could sense the pull of his soul, the way he drew others into his vortex, leaving them breathless and broken. Across the Channel, the literary air crackled with the passionate verses of French poets who echoed these sentiments. Charles Baudelaire, with his keen eye for beauty and decay, spun tales that danced between ecstasy and agony. His famed collection, Les Fleurs du Mal, painted love as both a sanctum and a snare. Readers found themselves entranced, caught in a web where beauty could lead to destruction, a reminder that love was not merely a balm, but also a blade. In his words, one could taste the bittersweet nectar of longing, where every stanza held the weight of a sigh, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to dream. As the romantic spirit spread across Europe, the notion of the soul vampire seeped into the very fabric of literature. Mary Shelley's creation, Frankenstein, was a striking embodiment of this theme. In her tale of creation and destruction, the monster became an echo of the artist's burden, a reflection of the despair that can accompany the act of creation. Victor Frankenstein, in his relentless pursuit of glory, drained the life from his own soul, leaving behind a hollow shell. The monster, an unintended consequence of his ambition, mirrored the darkness that lurks when passion turns consuming. Readers were left trembling, caught in the tension of empathy and horror, grappling with the question, who is the real vampire in this tale? Even the haunting words of John Keats stirred deep emotions, resonating with a painful beauty that lingered long after the last line had been read. His Ode to a Nightingale sang of escapism and the intoxicating allure of a fleeting moment. In its verses, the reader felt the pull of something eternal, yet fleeting, a reminder that love and life are often intertwined with loss. Keats's descriptions wove a tapestry that ensnared hearts, revealing the vulnerability that comes from loving deeply, where each word could both uplift and devastate. It was a dance between joy and sorrow, a reminder that to love is to open oneself to the potential of being consumed. The stage was also set for women writers whose voices sliced through the male-dominated landscape with fierce clarity. The Brontë sisters, Charlotte, Emily, and Anne, crafted narratives that explored the tumultuous emotions of desire and despair. In Wuthering Heights, Emily Brontë introduced Heathcliff, a character whose dark obsession became a consuming force, distorting love into something monstrous. The wild moors mirrored the chaotic passion that enveloped the characters, each heartbeat echoing with the intensity of a soul striving for connection, yet ultimately leading to ruin. Readers found themselves entangled in a narrative that blurred the lines between love and possession, making it impossible to look away. Amidst the ink and parchment, the Romantic era thrummed with life, pulsating with emotional intensity that could evoke tears or laughter in equal measure. The tension between the beauty of creation and the pain of existence was ever present. Poets like William Blake painted visions that flickered with divine inspiration, yet his works also held a mirror to the darker aspects of humanity. In his prophetic poems, the reader could feel the conflict of the soul, a constant battle between the ethereal and the corporeal, the desire to uplift and the risk of descent into despair. Blake's intricate illustrations added layers to the experience, drawing readers further into a world where every line could feel like a heartbeat, each illustration a shadow lurking just beyond the light. As the atmosphere thickened, the emotional weight of obsession, love, and despair transformed into a palpable force, creating a storm of feelings that could sweep over anyone who dared to engage with the art of the time. The Romantic era was a paradox that invited both joy and sorrow into its embrace, revealing the complexities of human emotion. Each poem, every prose piece was a heartbeat, an echo of longing that resonated with the deepest parts of the soul, urging readers to confront their own desires, fears, and vulnerabilities. Through the lens of these writers, the concept of the soul vampire evolved, reflecting the struggle not only to love, but to exist. The connection between creator and creation took on new dimensions as poets and novelists became both the givers and takers of life through their art. They transformed every emotion into a weapon, each word a fanged whisper poised to draw blood from the reader's heart. The Romantic era wasn't merely a time of artistic expression. It was an emotional battlefield where the stakes were nothing less than the soul itself. As the shadows deepened and the moon slipped behind a veil of clouds, the enchantment of the words lingered, a spell woven from the very fabric of human experience. The tension rose, teasing a transition into the next phase of this exploration, where the echoes of passion would continue to reverberate, urging the reader onward, ever deeper into the complex dance of light and darkness, love and loss, creation and destruction. The narrative pulsed with life, each turn a promise of what was yet to come, as the heartbeat of the Romantic era thrummed on, intoxicating and haunting, forever entwining itself with the very essence of the human spirit. In the flickering shadows of a candlelit room, a figure stood transfixed before a cracked mirror, its glass like a portal to another world. The faint glow illuminated the hollow depths of a pair of eyes, reflecting a soul burdened by the weight of its own existence. Here, in this haunted space, the air hung heavy with unspoken secrets, whispering of despair and longing. This was not just a reflection, it was a glimpse into the very essence of being, where the soul danced between light and darkness, an eternal struggle etched in every line of the face. Gothic literature thrives on the interplay of the seen and the unseen, where the soul becomes a character unto itself, an entity that weaves its way through tales of tragedy, horror, and a longing for redemption. The symbolism of the soul in these narratives pulses with life, each heartbeat echoing the tumultuous emotions that define the human experience. It is in these pages that readers confront the shadows lurking within. Each story a mirror reflecting not just the characters but the fears and desires buried deep within their own hearts. Consider the lonely castle perched on a cliff, its tall spires clawing at the stormy sky. Within its stone walls the air crackles with a tension that feels almost alive. The soul of the place, a mix of sorrow and grandeur, suffuses every crevice. It is here that characters wander, seeking solace from their inner demons, yet finding only the haunting echoes of their own despair. The castle becomes a living testament to the fragility of the human spirit, with each room a chamber of secrets, each corridor a path to self-discovery. As the tale unfolds, the darkness grows thicker, wrapping around the characters like a shroud. The ghosts of past transgressions linger, their ethereal forms whispering tales of love lost and ambition turned sour. The soul, once radiant with hope, now flickers like a dying flame, caught in the crossfire of guilt and yearning. The reader can almost feel the chill of the specters brushing past, the shivers racing down their spine as they become entwined in the fate of the characters before them. In the heart of it all lies the figure of the tortured artist, a common archetype in Gothic tales. With each brushstroke, each haunting note played on a piano, the artist seeks to capture the essence of the soul, a task as elusive as the shadows that dance across the walls. These figures stand at the crossroads of creation and destruction, their souls laid bare for all to see. Yet, in their quest for brilliance, they often spiral into madness, the very act of creation consuming them from within. The reader can't help but feel the weight of their burden, understanding how the pursuit of beauty can become a double-edged sword. The symbolism of the soul extends beyond mere characters. It weaves through the very fabric of the landscape. Stormy nights, swirling mists, and the chilling howl of the wind all serve as reflections of internal turmoil. Nature, too, becomes a character in its own right, mirroring the emotional states of the individuals who roam its wilderness. A violent thunderstorm may echo a character's rage, while a serene moonlit night could embody moments of fleeting hope. The soul finds expression in these elements, connecting the character's experiences to the wider world, drawing readers into a visceral understanding of their plight. In the pages of Gothic literature, the soul is not just an abstract concept. It is a living, breathing entity that pulsates with raw emotion. Take, for instance, the tragic tale of a lost love, where the soul is portrayed as a fragile vessel, shattered by betrayal. As the characters navigate their grief, their souls become intertwined, creating a bond that transcends the physical world. The reader feels every pang of heartache, every moment of longing as the characters grapple with their own shadows, seeking solace in each other while battling the darkness that threatens to consume them. And then, there is the ever-present specter of death, looming large over the narratives, casting a long shadow on the souls of the living. Characters are often faced with the inevitability of their own mortality, forcing them to confront their deepest fears and desires. Death, in its various forms, serves as a catalyst for transformation, a grim reminder that life is fleeting, and the soul's journey is fraught with peril. The reader finds themselves captivated by this dance with death, their hearts racing as they ponder the fate of the characters, wondering if redemption is possible or if the abyss will claim them. As the stories weave together, a chilling realization begins to dawn. The soul is not merely a reflection of individual experiences, but a collective consciousness that binds all humanity. The struggles portrayed are universal, echoing through time and space, resonating with readers across generations. It is this connection that keeps the pages turning, the emotions raw and unfiltered, as the reader becomes entwined in the narrative, unable to pull away from the magnetic pull of the unfolding drama. In this vivid tapestry of Gothic literature, the soul emerges as a multifaceted symbol, a mirror that reflects both the darkest corners of the human psyche and the flickering light of hope. Each character's journey is a testament to resilience, a reminder that even amidst despair, the soul can soar, seeking freedom from the shackles of the past. Yet, just as the reader feels the thrill of hope, a shadow looms on the horizon, hinting at the chilling twist that may lie ahead, a reminder that the path to salvation is often fraught with peril. As the candle sputters and the shadows stretch, the tale continues to unfold, an eternal dance of light and darkness, leaving readers breathless with anticipation. The journey of the soul is far from over. It beckons, urging them to turn the page, to confront the next layer of emotion, and to embark on yet another wave of turbulence. The echoes of past souls linger on, whispering their secrets, reminding every reader that they too are part of this grand narrative, caught in the unending cycle of struggle, redemption, and the enduring quest for identity. In a dimly lit cafe on a rain-soaked street, shadows danced across the walls as the air filled with the rich aroma of coffee. A woman sat alone at a corner table, her eyes heavy with a sorrow that seemed to seep into the very fabric of her being. No one noticed her. No one would ever notice her. She was a ghost in a world alive with laughter and chatter, but her soul flickered like a candle in the wind, desperately searching for warmth. This was the modern embodiment of the soul vampire, not the fanged creatures of folklore, but rather those who drained vitality from the very essence of others, an emotional predator lurking in plain sight. Historically, the soul vampire wasn't always cloaked in mystery. Ancient cultures revered figures who could connect on a deeply spiritual level, but also cautioned against those who could siphon energy from the unsuspecting. The ancient Egyptians believed in the Ka, a spiritual essence that could be stolen in moments of weakness. Even in medieval folklore, there were stories of beings who preyed on human emotion, leaving their victims hollow and desolate. In the present day, the soul vampire has morphed into a figure who looks remarkably ordinary, blending seamlessly into everyday life. With each heartbeat of the world around them, they thrive on the pain and misfortune of others, feeding on what makes people whole. They are the charming friend who always seems to have a drama brewing, the lover who demands constant attention, leaving others drained and wanting. Their hunger is insatiable, their method subtle yet devastating. Consider Sophia, an artist whose bright spirit captivated all who crossed her path. She sparked joy in every conversation, her laughter infectious. Yet, in the wake of her vibrant presence, those who loved her found themselves inexplicably fatigued, their own light dimming with each shared moment. Unbeknownst to them, Sophia carried an invisible weight, a void she couldn't fill, leaving her to siphon energy from those she held dear. They became her canvas, painting over their own joys and sorrows with her unyielding need. The stories of soul vampires are woven into the fabric of modern fiction, where characters reflect both the allure and the danger of such entities. Take the enigmatic Eleanor from a best-selling novel, who captures the hearts of everyone she meets. Yet, as her relationships deepen, a chilling reality emerges. Her friends slowly begin to lose their zest for life. Readers can feel the tension building, a gut-wrenching realization that something is terribly wrong. Eleanor, with her magnetic charm, is a master of manipulation, a puppeteer pulling at emotional strings until her victims are left unrecognizable. What makes these characters so compelling is the emotional resonance they evoke. They are not the typical villains. Instead, they blur the lines between heroism and destruction. As they draw people in, their charm offers a false sense of safety, leaving readers questioning their own interactions. What happens when someone we love becomes a soul vampire? The truth lingers like a dark cloud waiting to burst, and yet the allure is undeniable. Across the pages of modern literature, soul vampires reveal themselves in various guises. The charismatic leader who inspires followers but demands complete loyalty. The friend who thrives on drama and chaos. The partner who takes more than they give. Each character echoes the fears and vulnerabilities of those who encounter them. They are reflections of our own experiences, pain, love, and the longing for connection. The heart-wrenching tales unfold in a world where emotional bonds are both a sanctuary and a battleground. Readers find themselves entangled in the complexities of love and sacrifice, struggling to discern the line between genuine affection and the hollow hunger of a soul vampire. With every turn of the page, the tension mounts, hearts race, and questions swirl in the mind. Is love worth the cost? In one particularly gripping scene, a group of friends gathers for a celebration, laughter echoing through the air. As the night wears on, the atmosphere shifts. One friend, Alex, becomes increasingly withdrawn, his sparkle dimming under the weight of another's needs. The room grows colder, the laughter fades, and the sting of betrayal seeps in. The realization hits hard. How many times can one give until there is nothing left? These modern narratives resonate with readers because they mirror real-life struggles. The soul vampire archetype transcends the pages of fiction, creeping into the lives of those who share their own stories of emotional depletion. They walk among us, the seemingly innocent faces of those who, unbeknownst to all, feed on the energy of others. Moments of clarity appear sporadically, revealing the raw vulnerability of those seduced by soul vampires. A character isolates themselves, battling inner demons, only to find themselves drawn back into the web of dependency. The cycle repeats, each twist leaving scars, causing readers to wince in empathy. The fragility of human emotion becomes palpable as the stakes rise with every heartbeat, leaving readers on the edge of their seats. As the narrative breathes life into these complex characters, the stakes become higher, the emotional turmoil more intense. The pulse of the story quickens with each revelation, each heartbreak. The soul vampire, ambiguous and alluring, leaves a path of destruction, while readers cling to the hope that love can conquer even the most draining connections. In the midst of this emotional roller coaster, hints of redemption flicker in the shadows. Can a soul vampire recognize their own hunger? Can they confront the emptiness that drives them to consume? The tension between salvation and destruction holds readers captive, their hearts racing as they wade through the depths of despair and the sparks of hope. With every additional layer of complexity, The soul vampire archetype weaves a compelling narrative, inviting readers to confront the haunting question: how much of ourselves are we willing to give before we become empty shells, floating aimlessly in a sea of unmet desires? As the rain continues to patter against the cafe windows, the world outside remains blissfully unaware of the shadows lurking within, ready to ensnare the next unsuspecting heart. The moon hung high in the velvet sky, casting an eerie glow upon the ancient cobblestones of a long-forgotten village. Shadows slithered like whispers through the narrow alleyways where the echoes of laughter once filled the air, now replaced by a heavy silence. It was here, amidst the decay and neglect, that the tales of vampires took root, twisting into stories that both terrified and captivated the human heart. For centuries, these creatures of the night have haunted our imaginations. But what if their true nature was less about bloodlust and more about the insidious grip of addiction? As the villagers shuttered their windows and locked their doors, the scent of something sweet yet dangerous lingered in the air, a promise of euphoria mingling with despair. The vampire, that seductive figure draped in darkness, was not merely a monster. He was a reflection of the struggle against an unrelenting thirst, one that consumed lives and shattered families. The stories told around flickering candlelight hinted at a deeper truth. The vampire was a mirror, revealing the hidden crises of desire that gnawed at the souls of humankind. In the dim light of a tavern, a lone figure sat hunched over his drink, the remnants of his former self swirling in the depths of the glass. He had once been a beloved son, a devoted husband, but now he was a shell, hollowed out by an addiction that held him in a vice-like grip. As the amber liquid slid down his throat, he could almost hear the seductive call of the vampire, urging him to embrace the darkness that lay ahead. This wasn't just a thirst for alcohol, it was a yearning for something far more perilous, a craving that gnawed at the very fabric of his being, leading him deeper into the abyss. Whispers of addiction echoed through the ages, from the opium dens of Victorian London to the sordid back alleys of modern cities. Each era bore witness to the scars of dependency, and the vampire emerged as a haunting symbol of the struggle. In every tale, the bite of the vampire was not just a mark of transformation, but a representation of the chains that bind. The victims, once vibrant and full of life, found themselves ensnared in a web of darkness, their hunger insatiable, their lives spiraling into chaos. As the night wore on, the pulsing rhythm of the tavern mimicked the hearts of those trapped in their own cycles of desire. For the addict, each sip brought a fleeting moment of bliss, a temporary escape from the relentless grip of reality. But, like the vampire who could never quench its thirst, the relief was always just beyond reach, leaving only a hollow ache and an overwhelming need for more. The lines blurred between pleasure and pain, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the dance between light and dark played out in the lives of every man and woman. In the shadows of history, the tales of vampires held a lesson long forgotten. The legends spoke not just of fear, but of the consequences of unbridled desire, a warning wrapped in a shroud of mystique. The vampire's bite was a transformation, yes, but it came at a price. Those who succumbed traded their humanity for an eternal craving, trapped in an existence of nightmarish indulgence. This haunting imagery struck a chord in the hearts of many, revealing that addiction transforms individuals into something unrecognizable. Just as the bite of a vampire alters one's very essence, the villagers, driven by fear and misunderstanding, would stake their hearts to protect themselves from the creatures of the night. Yet they remained blind to the monsters lurking in plain sight, those grappling with addiction, hidden behind closed doors, battling an unseen enemy that demanded sacrifice. The stories of vampires became allegories, illustrating not only the struggle against external threats, but also the internal battles that tore families apart. Those who loved the addicted became unwitting victims, caught in the crossfire of a war that raged silently, leaving scars that echoed through generations. In the attic of an old mansion, a diary lay untouched, its pages yellowed with time. The story within told of a young woman who had once danced with joy but had traded her laughter for the seductive grip of a dark force. Each entry was a testament to her descent, detailing the promises of freedom that quickly turned into chains. The vampire became her confidant, whispering sweet nothings that led her deeper into the shadows until the light of day seemed a distant memory. What began as a flicker of hope transformed into a relentless hunger, consuming her spirit and leaving only ashes in its wake. As dawn broke over the village, its light creeping into the corners where darkness had reigned, the metaphor of the vampire shifted yet again. With every story shared, every whispered legend passed down through generations, the vampire took on new meanings. It became a symbol of the pain of losing a loved one to addiction, the sorrow of watching someone you care for slip away into the night. The villagers who once feared the vampire now understood. The real monster was the addiction that turned their friends and family into shadows of their former selves. The sun rose higher, casting a golden hue over the rooftops, yet the shadows lingered, reminding all who walked those cobblestone streets of the struggle that lay beneath the surface. Even as life resumed its course, the scars of addiction remained, etched into the very fabric of their lives. It was a continuous cycle, a haunting echo of the vampire's eternal hunger, a reminder that the fight against the darkness was far from over, and the battle was not just with fangs and blood, but with the deep-seated cravings that lay within each human heart. As the day unfolded, the tales of the vampire intertwined with the stories of those still caught in the web of addiction. The villagers would come to learn that labeling the vampire as merely a monster was an oversimplification of a far more complex reality. The vampire was a warning, a reflection of the struggles that lay hidden beneath the surface, reminding them that the fight against addiction was a battle worth fighting, one that required compassion, understanding, and an unwavering commitment to reclaim the light from the darkness that threatened to consume them all. In the flickering glow of a neon-lit city, a chilling whisper echoed through the streets, a sound like the rustling of dry leaves in a barren forest. It was a sound that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it, a reminder that the modern world still harbored shadows where the strange and the sinister roamed. Among the throngs of people lost in their thoughts and their phones, there lurked a different kind of predator, one that didn't thirst for blood but craved something far more intimate, the essence of life itself. In darkened corners of social media, stories of these so-called soul vampires spread like wildfire, igniting a fascination that blended fear and intrigue. They weren't the gothic figures of old, lurking in castles and drinking the blood of the innocent. No, these were the charismatic individuals who smiled too wide, laughed too loudly, and knew just how to draw others in, only to leave them feeling hollow and drained. They mingled among friends, co-workers, and lovers, their eyes glimmering with an unholy light, hinting at the depths of their hunger. Take, for instance, Clara, a vibrant artist with dreams as bright as her paint-stained hands. She had always been the life of the party, drawing people in with her passion and creativity. But during one fateful summer, she met Alice, magnetically charming and unnervingly intense. In their whirlwind friendship, Clara felt exhilarated and alive, as if she had discovered colors she never knew existed. But as days turned into weeks, a creeping dread began to settle in her stomach. Clara's laughter faded, her joy dimmed. Conversations that once sparked inspiration began to feel like a drain, leaving her exhausted. Alice's laughter rang through the air like a siren's call, captivating and dangerous. It was in the moments of quiet reflection, when Clara stood dazed in front of her canvas, that she felt the unsettling truth. Something was amiss. Alice had an uncanny ability to absorb the very essence of her creativity. Each shared moment was like a transaction. where Clara offered up her light and Alice took more than her fair share. It was not long before the vibrant artist found herself trapped in a cycle of euphoria and despair, caught in a web woven by someone who thrived on her talents and spirit. As winter settled in, the city was swallowed by the gray embrace of the cold. Clara, now a shadow of her former self, often found herself wandering the streets in search of solace. She was not alone in this search. The city buzzed with others who felt the same pull of enchantment and entrapment. There was David, a once promising musician, who had fallen under the thrall of a charismatic influencer whose followers hung on every word, every note. The influencer's charm was electric, but David soon realized that every interaction left him feeling more desolate, as if his songs were being siphoned away, leaving him with nothing but echoes of his former melodies. Then there were the gatherings at upscale lofts and trendy cafes where the modern soul vampires thrived, mingling with the unsuspecting. They thrived on emotions, drawing energy from laughter, tears, and the whispered secrets of hearts laid bare. But their presence hung over the conversations like a thick fog, leaving behind an unsettling chill. It was in these spaces that one could witness the strange dance of attraction and repulsion, the way people gravitated toward those who seemed to glow, only to retreat, drained, as if awakening from a fever dream. In those moments, even the strongest among them felt the pull of the void. Each laugh that rang out grew tinged with desperation. Each compliment exchanged felt like a fragile hope hanging by a thread. And yet, the tantalizing allure of these soul vampires kept drawing people back, creating a toxic cycle of dependency and despair. History has always been rich with tales of those who drain the vitality of others. From the ancient myths of succubi and incubi, who relished in the dreams of unsuspecting victims, to the tales of energy vampires whispered in darkened corners of cafes, there is an undeniable thread connecting these figures through time. The modern incarnation is no less potent, yet it wears the mask of glamour and success, seducing those who yearn for recognition and connection. Among the crowd, whispers of self-care and mental health grew louder, a desperate attempt to combat the soul vampire's influence. Yet, even as people sought refuge in therapy and support groups, many found that the pull of their tormentors was too strong to resist. The cycle continued, a relentless tide that swept through the lives of those unprepared for the depths of their own vulnerability. As the clock struck midnight, the city pulsed with life, unaware of the quiet turmoil brewing beneath its surface. Clara, now more cautious and weary, stood on the precipice of awakening. She began to notice the subtle shifts in the room as she walked into gatherings, the way conversations changed when Alice entered, or how David's melodies faltered under the weight of his influencer's gaze. There was an unspoken understanding shared among them, a recognition of the soul vampire's insatiable appetite that threatened to consume all they held dear. A flicker of rebellion ignited within Clara's heart, a spark that urged her to fight back. She gathered her friends in her studio, armed with paint and music, looking to reclaim what had been lost. It was a collective act of defiance, a celebration of their true selves, of resilience born from pain. As they painted and sang, the air crackled with energy, a force that pushed back against the shadows looming just outside their circle. But the vampires were patient. They watched from the edges, their eyes gleaming with hunger, waiting for the moment when despair would creep back in, when the light would dim just enough for them to slip through the cracks once more. In the dance of creation, Clara felt the thrill of life surge back into her veins, even as the shadows beckoned. It was a precarious balance, a moment suspended in time that could tip either way. As the night unfolded, a profound bond formed among them, igniting a flicker of hope that perhaps they could forge a path away from the drain, a sanctuary against the relentless pull of those who sought to take rather than give. The vibrant colors on the canvas seemed to pulse with their renewed spirits, and the music swelled around them, echoing their defiance. Yet, outside the warmth of their sanctuary, The city still whispered its own dark secrets, and the pull of the modern soul vampire lingered like a haunting refrain. The struggle was far from over, a battle etched into the very fabric of their lives. And as dawn broke over the horizon, casting soft light over the shadows, they realized that the fight for their souls had only just begun. In the dimly lit corners of ancient cities, whispers lingered in the air like the ghostly echoes of lost souls. It was said that under the cover of night, a shadowy group known as the Cult of the Soul Eater gathered in secret, hidden from the eyes of the world. Their practices, steeped in mystique and terror, sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to speak of them. The very name invoked fear, a name that echoed through the ages, leaving a chilling imprint on history. In the year 1520, a time when superstition ruled and the fear of the unknown was palpable, the cult thrived. They believed that the essence of life itself could be harvested and consumed to gain power. Rituals were held in ancient ruins, where the air was thick with incense and the flickering flames of candles cast eerie shadows on the crumbling stone walls. Members, cloaked in dark robes, chanted incantations that resonated through the night, weaving a tapestry of dread and enchantment. It was a time when the line between life and death blurred, and the cult's members embraced this darkness with open arms. The cult's origins lay in a forgotten chapter of history. Scholars traced its roots back to the Aztecs, who believed in the importance of sacrifice to appease their gods. The Soul Eater's rituals bore resemblance to those ancient practices, yet they twisted them into something far more sinister. Instead of seeking favor from deities, they sought to control the very forces of life and death. The first recorded mention of the cult appeared in dusty tomes, hidden away in the libraries of secret societies. Researchers who dared to study these texts often found themselves haunted by nightmares, their minds plagued by visions of the cult's dark ceremonies. As the years passed, the Cult of the Soul Eater grew bolder, their gatherings becoming more elaborate. The members, known as the Eaters, believed that by consuming the souls of the departed, they could awaken dormant powers within themselves. They would perform unspeakable acts, sacrificing the living in a desperate bid for immortality. The screams of their victims echoed in the night, silenced only by the chilling chants that filled the air. These were not mere rituals. They were rites of passage into a realm few could fathom. One fateful night, in a hidden glade surrounded by ancient oaks, the cult prepared for their most ambitious ritual yet. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an otherworldly glow over the gathering. An altar, adorned with bones and relics, stood at the center, pulsating with an unholy energy. The Eaters formed a circle, their faces obscured, but the firelight revealed eyes glinting with a mixture of fear and anticipation. They believed that tonight they would summon a spirit so powerful that it would grant them the strength of 1,000 souls. The high priest, a figure draped in a cloak of sumptuous black velvet, raised a dagger high above his head. The blade glimmered menacingly, capturing the flicker of the flames. As he began to chant, the air thickened with tension, a palpable force that made every hair on the back of the neck stand up. The words he spoke were ancient, twisted syllables that resonated with a deep, haunting echo, reverberating through the trees and into the very fabric of reality. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled through the glade, extinguishing the flames and plunging the gathering into darkness. A collective gasp rose from the Eaters, their hearts pounding in their chests. In that moment of utter silence, something shifted in the ether, a palpable presence that sent chills racing down their spines. They felt it, the weight of countless souls, trapped between realms, yearning for release. As the darkness enveloped them, shadows began to swirl around the altar, coalescing into forms that defied human understanding. The Eaters stood frozen, their minds racing with the realization that they had called forth something beyond their control. Visions of tormented spirits danced before their eyes, a cacophony of cries that pierced the stillness of the night. Those who had once sought power now found themselves confronted with the very essence of their worst fears. Then a piercing scream shattered the silence. It was not the wail of a ghost, but rather one of the eaters, collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest. Panic erupted within the circle as members rushed to their fallen comrade. But as they reached him, a strange light emanated from the altar, illuminating the faces of the cultists, revealing the horror etched into their expressions. They had become the very embodiment of what they had sought to control, hungry, desperate, and consumed by their insatiable desires. In the frenzy that followed, the ritual spiraled out of control. The eaters, once united in their ambition, became frantic, clawing at one another in a frenzy of terror. It was as if the very souls they sought to consume had turned upon them, unleashing their wrath for the sacrilege they had committed. The ground trembled beneath them, the trees creaked ominously overhead, and the air crackled with an energy that crackled like static electricity. Yet, amidst the chaos, a singular voice broke through the clamor, a voice that resonated with authority and dread. It was the high priest, his eyes now burning with an unearthly fire. He commanded silence, and the tumult faded into an eerie stillness. The shadows around the altar writhed, forming a singular mass that coalesced into the visage of a figure long forgotten, a spirit that had been wronged by the eater's insatiable greed. It spoke in a voice that echoed with the weight of centuries, condemning the cult for their hubris and their willingness to tread upon the very souls they sought to dominate. The night dragged on, steeped in a heavy mix of fear and uncertainty. The sun would rise, but not before the eaters faced the consequences of their actions. The cult of the Soul Eater would find itself changed, forever marked by what they had summoned that fateful night. And as the shadows retreated into the recesses of the trees, a question hung in the air. Who among them would pay the ultimate price for their quest for power? In the annals of history, the tale of the cult of the Soul Eater remained etched in darkness, a reminder of the thin veil between life and death, and the eternal struggle for power that haunted the human soul. The whispers would linger, drawing in those who sought knowledge, those who yearned for understanding, and those who dared to confront the shadows that danced just beyond the reach of the light. In a dimly lit theater, the flickering glow of the screen cast shadows on the mesmerized faces of the audience. A hushed silence enveloped the room as the opening scene of The Ring unfolded, a young girl trapped in a well, her whispers echoing like a forgotten melody. The air grew thick with unease, a tangible tension that sent chills down spines. This was not just a horror film. It was an exploration of something far deeper, a relentless haunting that lingered long after the credits rolled. It was here, among the dark alleys of cinema, that the notion of soul-draining narratives took root, embedding itself into the very fabric of popular culture. Films like The Exorcist and Hereditary captured audiences with their ability to strip away layers of comfort and security. They took viewers on a roller coaster of emotions, dragging them through the depths of despair, fear, and existential dread. The characters in these stories were not merely figments of imagination. They were reflections of our own struggles and vulnerabilities. Each scream, each tear, resonated with a shared understanding of what it meant to feel utterly consumed by life's shadows. In those moments, the line between fiction and reality blurred, leaving an indelible mark on the psyche. Television has not shied away from this exploration either. Shows like Black Mirror hold a mirror up to society, inviting viewers to confront their own soul-draining habits. The episode Nosedive, with its chilling portrayal of a world obsessed with social validation, left many feeling exposed and uncomfortable. It tugged at the heartstrings, revealing the fragility of human connection in an era dominated by screens, likes, and followers. The reality of feeling lesser than of chasing approval echoed painfully in viewers' minds long after the credits faded. In the realm of animated series, even seemingly light-hearted tales carry a weight that can sap the soul. Adventure Time. with its whimsical landscapes and colorful characters often delved into profound themes of loss and loneliness. Beneath the surface of candy-coated fun lay heart-wrenching tales of broken friendships and the struggle to find meaning in a chaotic world. Finn and Jake's adventures were not just escapades. They were echoes of real-life battles with identity and purpose, making laughter feel bittersweet. As the years rolled on, horror films evolved, and the genre began to mirror the complexities of the human experience. The psychological terror of Get Out struck a chord, blending social commentary with gripping suspense. It forced viewers to reckon with uncomfortable truths about race and identity, presenting a narrative that was both soul-draining and thought-provoking. The chilling mantra of Get Out reverberated through the audience, a reminder of the very real dangers lurking beneath the surface. In the realm of fantasy, Game of Thrones captivated millions with its intricate web of betrayal and moral ambiguity. The characters, each with their own desires and flaws, wove tales that held audiences captive. But as beloved characters fell victim to the harsh realities of power and ambition, viewers were left grappling with the weight of loss. The soul-draining experience transcended the screen, reminding everyone that even in a world of magic, the human condition remained fraught with grief and disappointment. Even comedy, often viewed as a refuge from the harshness of life, has moments that tug at the soul. BoJack Horseman served as a stark reminder that laughter can be intertwined with pain. The titular character, a washed-up actor, navigated the murky waters of addiction, depression, and loneliness. Each episode stripped away the facade of humor, revealing the raw vulnerability beneath. Viewers related to BoJack's plight, feeling the weight of existential crises settle heavily on their own shoulders. The tender moments amidst the darkness created a complex tapestry of emotions that lingered long after each episode ended. The rise of streaming platforms has led to an unprecedented exploration of human emotions in serialized storytelling. The Haunting of Hill House showcased how trauma could haunt generations. Each episode peeled back layers of a family's history, exposing the soul-draining effect of unresolved grief. The chilling atmosphere paired with heart-wrenching moments left viewers breathless, caught between terror and empathy. The ghosts of the past were not just specters, they were manifestations of pain, reminding everyone that healing is often a labyrinthine path. In documentaries, the exploration of real-life horrors can be just as soul-draining. The Social Dilemma laid bare the dark underbelly of social media, revealing the toll it takes on mental health and social interactions. Viewers sat in stunned silence, grappling with the realization that their own lives were intertwined with the very issues being discussed. The film served as a wake-up call, drawing attention to the moments of addiction hidden within daily scrolling, leaving many questioning their relationship with technology. As the sun set on the golden age of cinema and television, the recurring theme of soul-draining narratives persisted, whispering through the corridors of popular culture. The stories told on screen became conduits for exploring the darkest corners of the human experience, ones that tugged at the heartstrings and forced confrontation with shame, fear, and love. Each film, each episode, acted as a mirror, reflecting not only the struggles of characters but also the audience's own hidden turmoil. The emotional resonance of these soul-draining narratives is undeniable, each one a testament to the complexity of the human spirit. They have captured the hearts and minds of viewers, intertwining their experiences with the stories that unfolded before them. With every chilling moment, laughter that turned into tears, and every reflection on the nature of existence, the world of films and television continued to push boundaries, unearthing emotions that had lain dormant for far too long. And with each flicker of the screen, the stage was set for the exploration of yet another layer of the human experience, a cycle that would never truly end. In a dimly lit cafe, shadows danced along the walls as the faint clinking of coffee cups masked the hushed whispers of patrons. At a corner table, a woman sat, her eyes shimmering with an unsettling mix of curiosity and dread. She had heard stories, chilling tales shared in the flicker of candlelight, about creatures that roamed among us, souls who fed not on blood, but on the very essence of life itself. The air felt heavy, thick with unspoken truths. As she recalled the whispers of an ancient world where the lines between the living and the lost blurred. These soul vampires, as they were called, have existed since time immemorial, lurking in the shadows, often disguised as friends, colleagues, or even family. They thrive on emotional energy, draining the vibrancy from those who come too close. As she shifted in her seat, a shiver ran down her spine, prompting her to consider the signs that might reveal the presence of such a creature. The first flicker of recognition often appears in the form of exhaustion. Have you ever spent time with someone and felt as if your spirit was gently pulled from your body, leaving you feeling drained and weary? This fatigue is not merely physical. It seeps into the very marrow of your bones, making the simplest tasks feel monumental. Each word exchanged seems to wear you down, leaving an echo of uneasiness that is hard to shake. Then there's the mood shift. Imagine a sunny day suddenly swallowed by dark clouds. Soul vampires are adept at shifting the atmosphere around them. One moment you could be laughing, and in the blink of an eye, their melancholic energy tugs at your heartstrings, bringing forth a sense of sadness or anxiety you didn't have moments before. It's a dizzying effect, leaving you questioning your own emotions, wondering if you were ever truly happy. As the woman sat, she remembered a friend, once vibrant and full of life, who had grown increasingly sour after spending time with a certain individual. The laughter that once filled her home had been replaced with an oppressive silence, the joy extinguished like a snuffed candle. It was as if the very essence of her friend was being siphoned away, leaving only a husk of who she once was. Next, she thought of the knack for manipulation. Soul vampires often possess an uncanny ability to twist reality. They can turn a compliment into a critique or a supportive word into a subtle jab. Conversations with them leave you walking on eggshells, second-guessing your every thought and feeling. It's a psychological game that can leave even the strongest minds questioning their worth. When you find yourself constantly apologizing for your thoughts and feelings, you may be caught in the web of someone who thrives on your self-doubt. The woman felt a chill as she recalled another acquaintance, who seemed to revel in stirring discord among friends. Light-hearted banter would devolve into arguments with her friend at the center, pulling strings like a puppeteer. It was a dance of chaos, and she had been left feeling hollow, caught in the emotional crossfire without a clear understanding of how she had, once again, been drawn into the fray. And then there's the uncanny ability to draw you in, only to push you away. It's not uncommon for a soul vampire to oscillate between warmth and coldness, affection and disdain. One moment they may shower you with attention, making you feel like the most important person in the world. The next, they withdraw, leaving you in a state of confusion and longing. This pattern can create an addictive cycle, a tumultuous relationship that keeps you trapped, always seeking their approval, always hoping to return to those glowing moments that were once so abundant. As she sipped her coffee, her heart raced as she pondered these patterns of behavior. The weight of realization pressed heavily upon her chest. Perhaps there were people in her own life, hidden behind charming smiles and seemingly harmless words, who were silently draining her spirit, leaving her feeling less than whole. In the depths of her thoughts, feelings of anxiety resurged. Soul vampires often leave chaos in their wake, manifesting as a constant sense of tension or dread. This may appear in the form of stomach knots or headaches, like storm clouds pressing against your temples. It's an insidious feeling, creeping into your life until you realize your home, once a sanctuary, has become a battleground for invisible wars. She remembered a time when her home was filled with laughter and warmth, now a distant memory overshadowed by the anxiety that lingered like a dark cloud. friends who had once felt like family now seemed to bring with them a palpable heaviness, an energy that weighed her down and made her question her very existence. Another sign to watch for is the isolation that creeps in slowly, like fog rolling over the hills. A soul vampire may subtly encourage you to distance yourself from loved ones, feeding off the loneliness that ensues. They don't understand you like I do, they may say, wrapping their words around you like a comforting blanket, while all the while tightening the noose of isolation. Their goal is to keep you tethered to them, making it easy for them to siphon your energy without interference. The woman felt a pang of sympathy for those who had lost touch with their support systems, unaware they were being manipulated under the guise of companionship. Her mind raced with thoughts of friends who had become shadows of their former selves, cut off from the very people who once brought them joy. Then came the feeling of confusion, an all too familiar fog. Conversations with soul vampires often leave you feeling lost, as if you had unwittingly wandered into a twisted labyrinth from which there is no escape. Words lose their meaning, and the very essence of communication becomes tangled and obscured. You begin to question your own perceptions, unsure if the ground beneath your feet is solid or if it is shifting with every word spoken. As she pondered these signs and symptoms, the cafe around her faded into the background. The chatter, the clatter of cups, and the warm aromas of coffee and pastries became a distant hum. Her focus sharpened, her heart racing as the chilling reality sank in. The world around her was teeming with those who lived to siphon the energy from others, leaving them weary, confused, and alone. In that moment, she felt an urgent need to share these insights, to shine a light on these hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. But as the intrigue deepened, it became clear that the journey of recognition had only just begun. The cafe buzzed with life, but her heart thrummed with the weight of unspoken truths, as the realization that there were more signs and deeper darkness to uncover loomed ever closer. The flickering candlelight danced across the ancient walls, casting shadows that whispered secrets of times long past. In the stillness of the night, an unseen presence seemed to linger, a reminder of the fragile line between the material world and the unknown. Every culture across every continent has grappled with the idea of soul protection, an instinctual response to the deep-seated fear of losing oneself to unseen forces. Long before the modern world defined mental health, communities engaged in rituals meant to safeguard the very essence of their being. In ancient Egypt, they crafted amulets inscribed with sacred symbols, believing these artifacts would shield their souls from malevolent spirits roaming the afterlife. The Eye of Horus, a symbol of protection, was worn by countless pharaohs, a desperate plea for safety against darkness. Each amulet, adorned with intricate designs, told its own story, a promise of safety echoing across the ages. In the fog-laden forests of Celtic lands, druids performed elaborate ceremonies, invoking the spirits of nature to weave protective barriers around their kin. They believed that the earth itself was a living entity capable of providing safety. Twigs and flowers were bound together with threads of intention, creating talismans meant to ward off misfortune. It was not just superstition, it was a heartfelt plea, a recognition that vulnerability was part of being human, and thus protection was a necessity. As time ebbed on, the powerful influence of belief systems shaped how people sought to protect their souls. The ancient Greeks sought refuge in the knowledge of their philosophers, who preached the importance of the mind. Socrates famously warned against losing oneself amid the chaos of the world. Their temples, dedicated to Asclepius, the god of healing, were sanctuaries where individuals would go to restore their spirits, seeking advice and protection through dreams and divine interventions. Fast forward to the tumultuous era of the Middle Ages, where the specter of witch hunts haunted the hearts of many. Enormous stakes burned brightly as accused souls cried out for mercy. In these trying times, the art of soul protection took on a sinister twist. Salt, once a symbol of preservation, became a barrier against evil. People began to sprinkle salt around their homes, believing it would create a protective circle, a simple yet profound act that encapsulated their desperation. The arrival of the Renaissance brought not only a revival of art and science but also a resurgence in spiritual awareness. Alchemists and mystics sought to understand the universe and its unseen forces. They concocted potions infused with herbs and precious metals designed to fortify the spirit. These elixirs were believed to bridge the gap between the material and spiritual realms, offering a sense of security in an ever-changing world. Across the oceans, indigenous cultures created their own methods of safeguarding the soul. The Native American practices of smudging with sage or sweetgrass became sacred rituals. As the smoke curled and danced, it was believed to carry away negativity, cleansing the spirit. This act was more than a tradition. It was a heartfelt connection to the earth, a communion with ancestors who had walked the same path. In the shadows of history, the art of soul protection evolved, merging old beliefs with new understandings. The advent of modern psychology opened avenues once deemed taboo, inviting people to confront their fears. Techniques like visualization and meditation became tools for soul protection, allowing individuals to create mental sanctuaries in a world that often felt overwhelming. The mind was no longer just a vessel. It became a fortress, fortified by intention and resilience. As the 21st century dawned, the landscape of soul protection shifted yet again. The rise of technology brought with it both connection and isolation. Social media became a double-edged sword, and people found themselves lost in a cacophony of opinions and expectations. In response, practices like grounding, connecting with the earth, emerged as a necessity for many. The simple act of feeling the grass beneath their feet or the cool earth in their hands became a grounding force, a reminder of their place in the world. In urban landscapes, where the hustle and bustle often drowned out inner voices, urban shamans emerged, blending ancient practices with modern wisdom. They held workshops in dimly lit cafes, teaching others how to create protective energetic shields, using visualization techniques to keep negativity at bay. These gatherings brimmed with raw emotion as participants shared their stories, the pain of vulnerability woven into the fabric of their lives. Amid this swirling mix of history and modernity, the concept of soul protection took on a communal aspect. People began to seek connection, understanding that isolation could fracture the spirit. Community rituals, from drum circles to healing circles, became a vital part of this protective tapestry. The gathering of souls, united in the shared experience of life, acted as a powerful shield against the uncertainties of existence. As voices rose and fell in a rhythmic cadence of shared vulnerability, the energy shifted, creating a palpable aura of safety. Laughter mingled with tears, and within that sacred space, healing began. Each participant left not just with knowledge, but with a deep sense of belonging, a reminder that they were never truly alone in their struggles. Yet, the struggle for soul protection continues. In a world rife with challenges, the quest for safety, both inner and outer, remains a universal longing. Modern techniques and ancient wisdom intertwine, echoing through the ages, reminding humanity that the art of soul protection is as vital today as it was thousands of years ago. The stories of those who came before linger in the air, urging new generations to embrace their own power, to find what resonates for them, and to protect the essence of their being. The flickering candlelight had dimmed, but the shadows still lingered, each one holding a story yet to be told. The path ahead was shrouded in mystery, with whispers of the countless souls who had fought for their protection. What lay beyond the veil was uncertain, but the heartbeat of those who had come before pulsed in unison with the living, a reminder that the art of soul protection was a continuous dance, a blend of history and the modern, a bridge connecting the past with the ever-unfolding future. The room pulsed with an electric tension, as if 1,000 whispers were woven into the air. It was an ordinary evening in a crowded lecture hall, but the atmosphere shimmered with unspoken possibility. The audience was a mixture of scientists, spiritual seekers, and everyday people, all drawn together by a singular desire to understand the enigmatic dance of energy that connects us all. On stage stood a woman, her presence commanding yet gentle, with eyes that sparkled like galaxies, ready to unveil a truth that had lingered at the edge of human comprehension for centuries. "Have you ever felt the hair on your arms stand up?" she began, her voice a soothing balm against the noise of skepticism. "That's energy. It's a glimpse into the invisible threads binding our souls to the universe." She paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle in. The crowd leaned in, the anticipation palpable. What if I told you that everything, every thought, every emotion, every fleeting moment of joy was a form of energy, vibrating at its own unique frequency? As she spoke, shadows danced across the walls, flickering like memories yearning to be remembered. The audience, held captive by her voice, imagined the great thinkers of history, Einstein, Tesla, and others, who had dared to challenge conventional beliefs about the universe. Each of them, in their own way, had brushed up against the profound idea that energy is not just a scientific principle, but also a spiritual one. In the 19th century, a German physicist named Hermann von Helmholtz championed the conservation of energy, a theory that suggested energy could neither be created nor destroyed, only transformed. He had gazed into the depths of existence and seen a pattern, a connection that extended beyond mere physicality. At that moment, the audience felt a collective shiver, as if they were channeling the echoes of Helmholtz's revolutionary thoughts. The notion that their very essence could be felt, seen, and transformed sent a ripple of excitement through the room. "Now, let's step into the arena of quantum physics," the speaker continued, her eyes shining with fervor. "Consider the atom, a tiny universe unto itself. Electrons whirl around the nucleus, creating a dance of energy that is both chaotic and beautifully organized. Could it be that our souls are like these electrons, bound to a central nucleus of universal consciousness?" She threw her arms wide as if to catch the attention of the cosmos itself. Gasps erupted from the audience. They were not just listeners, they were participants in a cosmic dialogue, each heartbeat resonating with the rhythm of the universe. Thoughts of ancient civilizations flickered in the minds of many, a time when shamans and sages understood energy as a sacred force. The Egyptians, with their deep connection to the afterlife, believed in the Ka, a spirit that represented the life force. The audience could almost see the pharaohs, adorned with gold, their souls shimmering like stars in the night sky as the speaker wove the narrative of history with vibrant threads of emotion and insight. "Is it possible," she pondered aloud, "that our very essence is a dance of quantum particles? That each thought we think and word we speak sends ripples through the fabric of reality? When we love, we expand the universe. When we hate, we contract it." The words hung in the air, thick with resonance. A man in the front row felt an unexpected warmth enveloping him. Memories of lost loves and bittersweet moments surged within him, igniting a fire that had lain dormant for years. He was not alone. Others around him felt the same stirring, a recognition of their own struggles, joys, and connections. The speaker continued, her voice a low hum that ebbed and flowed like the tide. "Quantum entanglement reveals that particles can be connected across vast distances, instantaneously affecting each other. What if this concept extends beyond the particles themselves to our very souls? What if our hearts are entangled with those we love, no matter how far apart we may be? This is not just science, it is poetry, an ancient, beautiful song sung by the universe." As her words cascaded over the audience, an unexplainable energy filled the room. Some could feel tears brimming in their eyes, the inexplicable weight of connection and longing weaving an invisible blanket around them. It was as if the echoes of every lost loved one, every cherished memory, and every unfulfilled dream were rising to the surface, begging to be acknowledged. Think of Rosa Parks, who, with a single act of defiance, set off a chain reaction of energy that transformed a nation. Or consider Martin Luther King Jr., whose dream resonated like a sonic boom, sending ripples of hope across the globe. Sparks ignited in the hearts of the listeners, and they were reminded that they too had the power to create change, to vibrate at a frequency that could uplift the world. A sudden stillness swept through the room, and the speaker leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. Energy doesn't just connect us, it heals us. Every time you show compassion, every moment you forgive, you send healing energy into the fabric of existence. The room felt charged, as if each person was a vessel, ready to overflow with the healing power of love and empathy. It was a tangible force, a siren's call to act, to rise above the mundane and embrace the extraordinary. The audience was on the brink of something monumental, a realization that perhaps they were more than mere observers in their lives. They were co-creators of their reality. With the flick of a switch, the lights dimmed, and the speaker gestured to a small device on the podium, a simple machine that could measure biofields. Let's witness the energy that surrounds us. This is not just theory. It's real, it's vibrant, and it's waiting for us to tap into it. The machine whirred to life, and colors danced on the screen, morphing and shifting with the energy in the room. Gasps erupted again as the audience watched their biofields intertwine, a kaleidoscope of light and emotion, revealing the invisible connections they shared. Each pulse of color was a heartbeat, an echo of laughter, a sigh of relief. As the display shifted to show individual energy fields, the room fell silent again. Hope, fear, love, and grief radiated from those present, painting a picture of humanity in all its complexity. The speaker's voice broke through the stillness. What you see here is not just energy. It's the essence of your soul. This is what binds us together. And in that moment, beneath the flickering lights and vibrant colors, the audience grasped a truth so profound that it reverberated through their bones. They were not alone. They were not separate. They were threads in a grand tapestry, woven together by the invisible hands of the universe, each unique yet beautifully interconnected. With that, the speaker paused, allowing the weight of this understanding to settle in, a quiet anticipation hanging thick in the air. The audience held their breath, suspended in the moment, hearts racing with the undeniable truth that the story of soul energy was just beginning, ready to unfurl into something even greater. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows danced upon the walls, whispering secrets that had long been buried. The air was heavy with the weight of forgotten lives, each flicker of flame a heartbeat, a reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead. Necromancy, a practice as old as time, held the promise of wielding life over death, but at a cost that echoed through the ages like a mournful song. In ancient Egypt, priests sat in dark chambers, their voices weaving spells to call forth the spirits of the departed. They believed that the heart, weighed against a feather, determined the fate of a soul. What if those souls could be brought back to the world of the living? Many were drawn to this forbidden knowledge, eager to reclaim the loved ones they had lost, unaware that with each incantation they were entering a pact steeped in shadows and despair. As the sun set over the ruins of Pompeii, a chilling story unfolded. The ashes of the city held not just remnants of life, but echoes of souls ensnared in their final moments. Dark rituals whispered through the streets, where the dead could be summoned from the silence of their tombs. Would they emerge as lost shadows, or would their return bring unimaginable horror? The lines between reverence and madness blurred, as desperate hearts sought the touch of those they could never see again. The Middle Ages brought with them a shroud of fear and fascination for the art of soul manipulation. Secret societies formed, gathering in hidden corners of the world to practice the dark arts. They believed that the dead could be compelled to share their knowledge, spilling ancient wisdom from their cold lips. But with this power came the risk of unleashing malevolent spirits, souls twisted by their untimely end. The price of meddling with the afterlife was steep, as those who tampered often found themselves haunted, their own spirits tethered to the darkness they wished to control. Then came the notorious witch trials, where fear seized entire communities. Women and men accused of witchcraft were often seen as practitioners of necromancy, their supposed ability to commune with the dead stirring both intrigue and fear. The gallows became a stage for a macabre dance, as the living strove to purge their world of the shadows they believed threatened their very existence. In their desperate attempts to protect themselves from the unseen, they betrayed the humanity that bound them together. The Renaissance ignited a flicker of curiosity about the mysteries of life and death. Alchemists and philosophers sought to understand the soul's essence, believing that if they could decode its language, perhaps they could master it. The writings of Paracelsus hinted at the possibility of resurrecting the dead, and with this knowledge, the seeds of ambition were sown. Yet, behind every whispered promise lay the specter of despair, for those who attempted to play God often paid the ultimate price. In the heart of the 18th century, the graveyards of Europe became the stage for a twisted spectacle. Bodies were stolen from their final resting places, dragged into the dark laboratories where souls were dissected, analyzed, and manipulated. The quest for understanding led to grotesque experiments, where the boundary between life and death dissolved. Some believed they could harness the essence of the soul itself, but what they found was more than they bargained for: anguish, rage, and a darkness that clawed at the edges of their sanity. The rise of spiritualism in the 19th century breathed new life into necromancy. Mediums claimed to bridge the gap between the living and the dead, channeling voices from beyond. In dimly lit parlors, families gathered, hearts pounding with the thrill of possibility. Yet, as the spirits spoke, so did the shadows, whispers of regret and revelations that could shatter the hearts of those still tethered to earthly concerns. To hear from the dead was a blessing and a curse, the line between comfort and anguish as fragile as a cobweb in the breeze. But necromancy was not without its guardians, those who would protect the living from the dark allure of the dead. They understood the fragility of the soul, how it could be manipulated, controlled, or even trapped in an eternal dance of despair. The battle between those who sought power and those who sought protection raged quietly in the corners of history, each side convinced of their righteousness. The echoes of their conflict reverberated through the ages, an unbroken thread woven into the very fabric of existence. In a forgotten village, a young woman named Alara found herself drawn to the mysteries that surrounded her. The whispers of the ancients called to her in dreams, and with each passing night, the boundaries between the world of the living and the dead blurred. She felt the weight of lost souls pressing against her, begging for release. When she stumbled upon a dusty tome in her grandmother's attic, she knew she held the key to something profound. Something that could either heal or unravel everything she loved. The chilling realization that she could manipulate souls sent shivers down her spine, raising the hairs on her arms. As she read the incantations, the candlelight flickered dangerously, casting eerie shadows that danced like phantoms around her. The air grew thick with tension, an electric charge racing through her veins. With each word she spoke, the room seemed to pulse with life, the walls vibrating as if the very essence of the ancient sorcerers stirred to life. Alara felt a surge of power, a connection to the spirits that promised knowledge beyond her wildest dreams. But with that power came a voice, low and haunting, whispering warnings that echoed of the perilous path ahead. The night deepened, and as the clock struck midnight, Alara's breath caught in her throat. A figure emerged from the shadows, eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. It was a soul long departed, one who had traversed the realm of the living and the dead. "You can call us back," it intoned, voice like a wind through the trees. "But know this, not all who return are at peace." The weight of the words settled in the room, a reminder that the essence of life was intertwined with the darkness of death. As Ilara faced the spirit, gripping the tome tightly, she realized that she stood at a precipice. The power to manipulate souls lay within her grasp. But would she dare step into the unknown, where the boundaries of love and loss tangled in a web of haunting echoes? The candle flickered one last time, and in that moment, the world teetered on the edge of revelation and ruin, a heartbeat away from a truth that could change everything, forever. On a stormy night, when the winds howled like lost souls, a flickering candle illuminated the face of a woman hunched over an ancient tome. Her fingers traced the delicate script, revealing tales of creatures born from shadows, soul vampires they were called. These beings thrived not on blood, but on the very essence of human emotion, feeding greedily on joy, sorrow, and love. It was said that to encounter one was to encounter a dark mirror, reflecting not just one's deepest fears but also one's unguarded hopes. As rain splattered against the window, the woman's heart raced. Why did these soul vampires exist? What drove them to siphon the emotions of others, leaving only a husk behind? The answers lay within the pages, echoing whispers from history that begged to be spoken. In the dim light, she read of the ancient Greeks. They believed in the power of pathos, the emotional state that could sway the hearts of men. Yet, lurking in their myths were tales of beings who could manipulate these very emotions, turning love into despair and joy into anguish. The soul vampires of old were said to embody this power, feeding on the emotional turmoil they created. Was it power they craved, or something deeper, a desperate need to feel what they could not? The storm raged outside, but the warmth of her candle flickered with a different kind of energy. Empathy. It was a word laden with weight, full of compassion yet intertwined with the complexities of human connection. Soul vampires, it seemed, were not mere monsters. They were shaped by their own torment, their motives marred by their inability to connect with the world around them. As she read on, it became clear they were mirrors to humanity's own struggles. In medieval times, tales of witches and spirits resonated throughout villages. These stories depicted soul vampires as figures of both fear and fascination. Accounts filled with villagers' whispered fears revealed a universal truth. The longing for understanding was often masked by disdain. The very existence of these creatures was rooted in isolation, a longing to feel the warmth of human connection that eluded them. They became the embodiment of empathy twisted into something grotesque. They sought to feel what they could not, to taste emotions like a fine wine that would always remain just out of reach. As thunder crackled outside, the woman felt a chill ripple through her. The more she read, the more she understood that these beings were not heartless. They were heartbreakingly human in their own way. Being a soul vampire meant navigating a world filled with emotional richness while always remaining an outsider. They were drawn to people who glowed with emotions, laughter, love, passion, like moths to a flame. Yet the flame burned them too, leaving only ashes of what they once were. She paused, her breath catching as the tales of historical figures emerged. Some had been revered as leaders and visionaries, only to be later revealed as soul vampires in disguise. Think of the tyrants who ruled with fear, using their subjects' despair to fuel their power. These figures thrived on the anguish of the masses, their motives cloaked in the guise of ambition. The more she pondered, the more she recognized the duality of existence, the fine line between empathy and self-serving motives. It was a dangerous dance, one that history repeated time and again. In the quiet corners of her mind, the unresolved questions echoed louder than the storm. What drove a soul vampire to engage in such emotional theft? Perhaps they were seeking balance in their chaotic existence, an attempt to fill the void left by their inability to truly connect. The very essence of empathy, which they lacked, became their greatest weapon and their greatest curse. They craved understanding, but often left destruction in their wake. The flickering candle sputtered as she turned the page, revealing tales of the romantic poets who sang of lost love and unquenchable longing. These artists, too, walked a delicate line between empathy and despair. Their words resonated with the deep-seated need to connect, to share their emotional wounds. Yet, in their fevered expressions, one could see the reflection of the soul vampires, those who fed on the very passions they sought to create. The line blurred, revealing that perhaps the act of creation itself could be an act of consuming. Outside, the tempest howled, but within her, a storm brewed of its own. The realization washed over her like a wave. Empathy could be a bridge or a weapon. For the soul vampire, it was often a weapon forged in their own suffering. They drew others in, feasting on their emotions, believing that in doing so they could satiate the hunger that gnawed at their core. As she turned another page, the narrative shifted to the present day, a world where the echoes of the past still resonated. Society had evolved, yet the soul vampire's motives remained eerily relevant. In the bustling cities, people appeared connected through screens, yet loneliness gnawed at the edges. The soul vampires of this age thrived in the digital shadows, using the anonymity of online interactions to siphon emotional energy. They became the trolls and manipulators, preying on those vulnerable to their darkness. The candle flickered weakly, casting dancing shadows on the walls, as if the room itself was alive with the stories of these beings. The woman leaned closer, captivated by the realization that empathy, in its rawest form, was both a curse and a gift. The soul vampires, in their quest for connection, had become mirrors reflecting the best and worst of humanity. They were trapped in a cycle of consuming and consuming, yearning for the very thing they could never grasp. With the storm still raging outside, the air thickened with tension. Each word she read pulled her deeper into a world where empathy was both the savior and the prison. The lines between victim and predator blurred, creating a web of emotions that ensnared all within reach. The soul vampires were not just beings to be feared. They were echoes of humanity's struggle, embodiments of the darkest parts of the heart desperately seeking light amidst the shadows. The candle flickered one last time, casting an eerie glow before darkness swallowed the room whole. The woman's heart raced as she felt the weight of the stories pressing down on her, compelling her to seek understanding amidst the chaos. The understanding of the soul vampire's motives was not just an academic exercise. It was a dance with the very essence of what it meant to be human. The storm outside raged on as within her. A tempest of emotion surged, transforming her understanding of what it meant to empathize, to connect, and to survive in a world where shadows lingered just beneath the surface, waiting for the light to flicker once more. The air was thick with tension, a palpable energy that wrapped around the room like a heavy cloak. It was a small gathering, just a handful of friends nestled in a cozy living room. They had heard whispers, rumors of a presence that drained vitality, leaving only an echo of what once was. As night fell, shadows danced on the walls, flickering from the dim glow of candles. The tale began, and with it, a chill swept through the group. In the bustling city of Prague, where cobblestone streets whispered secrets of the past, there lived a woman named Eliska. With her dark, piercing eyes and a magnetic smile, she had a way of drawing people in. Friends reveled in her stories, and laughter echoed through her home. But those who lingered too long found themselves feeling strangely empty afterward. Eliska was known for her charisma, but beneath the surface lay a different story. Rumors swirled that she absorbed the very essence of those around her, leaving them feeling hollow and drained. One fateful evening, a newcomer arrived in town, a young artist named Tomas, eager to find inspiration. He was captivated by Aliska's charm and soon found himself enraptured by her world. Yet, after each encounter, Tomas felt a subtle shift within himself. Colors that once danced vibrantly on his canvas began to fade. Inspiration turned into frustration and joy into despair. Friends noticed, whispering among themselves about the strange pull Aliska had on him. Across the ocean, in the historic streets of New Orleans, a different kind of soul vampire lurked. Known as Madame Laveau, this enigmatic figure was not just a voodoo priestess but also an extraordinary manipulator. Her followers flocked to her, seeking solace and guidance, only to feel their spirits dimmed. She was a woman of immense power. Her voice was both a blessing and a curse. Those who approached her for aid were often left feeling drained, as if she had siphoned off their hopes and dreams. The deep, resonant tones of her voice could weave spells that mesmerized, leaving her congregation spellbound and utterly exhausted. In the dimly lit corners of her parlor, stories of the past filled the air. One man, a weary traveler named Jacques, entered with high hopes, desperate for direction. He felt an undeniable connection to her, but as the days passed, he began to lose himself in the allure of her presence. The vibrant laughter of the jazz clubs faded into silence, and his once bold ambitions dwindled to shadows of regret. As he drifted away from friends and family, he realized that Madame Laveau had not just captivated his mind. She had ensnared his very soul. In the cold, unforgiving streets of Victorian London, another victim fell prey to a soul vampire. Lord Camden, a man of wealth and influence, was known for his lavish parties and a charisma that could outshine the brightest of candles. But among the throngs of admirers was a woman named Beatrice, who seemed to be the only one unaffected by his charm. She often spoke of her unease, claiming there was a darkness that loomed over him. The others laughed, dismissing her worries as mere superstition. Yet, as the parties continued, guests began to leave feeling disoriented, their laughter replaced by an eerie silence. One evening, Beatrice could no longer stand idly by. She confronted Lord Camden, her heart racing as shadows flickered in the candlelight. "You take from us," she accused, her voice steady despite the tremor in her heart. He smiled, but it was a predatory grin, one that sent shivers down her spine. "I give what is needed, my dear," he replied, his tone dripping with false sincerity. The tension hung in the air, thick and suffocating, as Beatrice felt the weight of his gaze piercing through her. She knew then that she had stumbled upon something ancient, a hunger that never truly satisfied. And then there was James, a modern-day victim haunted by a colleague at work. His name was Richard, a man who seemed kind but exuded an invisible force that drained everyone around him. James felt it most acutely. Every meeting left him fatigued, his creative spirit dimmed by Richard's presence. Conversations with Richard always began with a casual inquiry into James's life, but quickly morphed into a monologue filled with Richard's own woes and misfortunes. Every word was like a siphon, pulling energy away from James, leaving him more tired than before. As they stood waiting for the elevator one day, James summoned the courage to speak up. "Do you ever think about how our energy affects those around us?" he asked, trying to break the heavy air. Richard chuckled, a cold sound that echoed in the sterile hallway. "I think people are too sensitive. It's not my fault if they can't keep up." The elevator doors opened, and with a sinking feeling, James stepped inside, the weight of Richard's words lingering like a dark cloud overhead. The world over seemed to pulse with these encounters, individuals locked in a dance of attraction and repulsion. In every city, every town, there was a tale to tell, a story of charm laced with danger, of laughter that hid despair. Each encounter held the power to ignite the soul, yet had the potential to extinguish it just as swiftly. As the night deepened, the friends in the living room leaned closer, their hands clutching pillows, eyes wide with curiosity and fear. The air crackled with the weight of their shared experiences, unspoken acknowledgments hanging between them like a heavy mist. They were not just hearing stories. They were remembering their own brushes with darkness, those moments when they too had felt their light dim. Each anecdote led them deeper into a collective understanding of the fragility of the human spirit, a realization that they were never truly alone in facing these unseen forces. The candles flickered ominously, shadows teetering on the edge of reality. The tales unfolded like threads in a vast tapestry, weaving their destinies together, drawing them inexorably toward a truth that awaited just beyond the flickering light. In the dim light of a flickering candle, a worn, leather-bound book lay open, its pages yellowed with age. The curious words inscribed within hinted at ancient practices that chilled the spine and stirred the soul. The flicker of the flame danced, casting shadows that whispered the secrets of a long-forgotten world where the consumption of souls was not merely a dark fantasy, but a grim reality. For centuries, cultures across the globe grappled with the idea of soul consumption. It was both revered and reviled, a concept that sparked debates that echoed through the ages. In ancient Egypt, priests believed that the soul could be nourished, that consuming the essence of the departed granted power and wisdom. They performed intricate rituals, their voices raised in chants that vibrated through the air, seeking to connect with the divine. But what of the souls that were taken without consent? The thought hung like an ominous cloud over the ceremonies. A question left unasked, yet reverberating in the silence. In the forests of the Celtic lands, the Druids held a conflicting view. They sought balance, understanding the soul as a delicate thread woven into the fabric of life. They feared that taking a soul would disrupt the natural order, inviting chaos and suffering. Yet history tells of darker times when warriors returned from battle, intoxicated by victory, believing that consuming the hearts of their enemies would grant them strength. They felt invincible in those moments, but the echoes of their actions rippled through the generations, staining the earth with a moral dilemma that lingered like a heavy fog. The tales of the Aztecs paint a vivid picture of a civilization that thrived on the belief that the sun itself demanded sustenance. Human sacrifices were performed with reverence, the priests believing they were feeding the very stars. Yet, in their hearts, they must have known that each life taken left scars, both on the earth and within the collective soul of their people. The paradox of survival versus morality weighed heavily, and the air buzzed with a tension that felt almost palpable. In the shadows of this intricate web of beliefs, a question loomed larger than any single culture. Was it ever right to consume a soul? The lines blurred between survival, power, and the very essence of humanity. The stories of those who had tasted the forbidden echoed through the ages, tales of individuals who, in their quest for strength or knowledge, had crossed an unseen threshold. Their eyes glimmered with a wild light, yet within them lay a hollowness, a price paid with deep emotional scars that would never heal. As history marched forward, the Renaissance period emerged, bringing with it a surge of enlightenment. Philosophers like Montaigne and Descartes began to question the nature of existence and the soul itself. They pondered whether the essence of a person could truly be consumed, or if such an act only devoured the consumer's own humanity. The dichotomy of morality versus consequence became a battlefield of intellect, where ideas clashed like swords in the night. The air crackled with tension as scholars wrestled with the burden of knowledge, understanding that every action held weight. In the late 19th century, the rise of spiritualism reignited the conversation. People seeking connection with the afterlife turned to seances, believing they could commune with lost souls. Yet, beneath the surface of this fascination lay a sinister thread, the desire to control what was never meant to be grasped. Were they seeking comfort, or were they dabbling in the very act of soul consumption? The question tugged at their hearts, a gnawing worry that what they sought might come with a cost far greater than they could imagine. The clock struck midnight. and the candle flickered again, its light casting long shadows across the room. The book on the table seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as if eager to share its hidden truths. A chill swept through the air, bearing the weight of countless souls who had been lost to time, each one carrying the burden of its own story, a story wrapped in the complexities of choice and consequence. In every civilization, there existed a tension between the desire for power and the impact of that desire. The act of consuming a soul, whether through ritual or violence, was never a simple equation. It held within it the potential for great wisdom or profound loss. The victims, once vibrant and full of life, became a mere echo of what was, their essence forever altered. And those who dared to partake? They often found themselves haunted, shadows of their former selves, forever marked by the weight of their choices. Whispers of these ethical quandaries wove through the fabric of society, creating a tapestry of fear and fascination. As time marched on, the stories of soul consumption transformed, yet the core struggle remained unchanged. Morality clashed with consequence, an eternal battle where every action carried its own ripple, affecting not just the individual, but the world around them. In a world teetering on the brink of understanding, the question remained, could humanity ever truly reconcile the thirst for power with the responsibility of choice? The flickering candle burned down to its last remnants, casting a final glow that illuminated the room before plunging it into darkness. The unending circle of souls continued to spin, each story intertwining with the next, a haunting reminder of the weight we carry with every choice we make. The echoes of the past lingered, waiting to be told again, the thread of morality and consequence forever entwined. In a dimly lit cafe on a rain-soaked street, a woman sat alone, her fingers nervously tracing the rim of her cup. The steam danced upward, obscuring her features, but her eyes, dark and haunted, revealed a history that weighed heavily on her soul. She watched the raindrops race each other down the window, contemplating the rhythm of her life, a life tangled with shadows that whispered of loss and longing. This was not just a moment of solitude. It was a reminder of a haunting truth. Some relationships drain the very essence of who we are, leaving us mere husks of our former selves. Soul vampires, as they were often called, emerged from the corners of society like specters. They were friends, lovers, and even family members whose very presence felt like a slow, insidious siphoning of energy. Historically, the term had roots in folklore, where tales were spun of creatures stalking the night, preying on the unsuspecting. Yet, in these modern days, the vampires wore no fangs. Their weapons were manipulation and charm. They thrived on emotions, feeding off despair and leaving their victims gasping for the very joy that was stolen from them. Take Sarah, a once vibrant artist known for her colorful canvases that mirrored the brightness of her spirit. She had a soul that glowed, drawing people to her like moths to a flame. But when she met Mark, the charming, enigmatic man with a smile that could melt glaciers, her light began to flicker. At first, it was intoxicating, the way he seemed to understand her, to see her. Yet there was an undercurrent in his affection, a neediness that made her stomach twist. In the beginning, it was subtle. He would praise her work but then shift the conversation to his own woes. "You just don't understand what it's like to struggle," he would say, his voice dripping with self-pity. Sarah felt a pang in her heart. She wanted to comfort him, to be the source of warmth he so desperately craved. Little did she know, with each word of support, her own light dimmed further. Soon, their conversations became a monotonous cycle. Hours would pass as Mark vented about his life, his failures, and his insecurities. Sarah's words of encouragement turned to echoes in the void, as her own thoughts went unspoken. The colors of her canvases faded, replaced by shades of gray. Friends who once surrounded her began to fade away, their own lives stealing their attention. Mark needed her, and she needed to be needed. It created a bond, sticky and suffocating. As time flowed on, The relationship morphed into a grotesque dance of dependency. Mark's laughter, once a melody, turned into a cacophony that drowned out Sarah's voice. She tried to share her joys, the way the sun shone on her latest painting, but Mark's responses were always laced with a tinge of jealousy. "Why must you always seek validation?" he would challenge, a frown creasing his brow. It was as if he were a shadow, creeping closer, sucking out her spirit while she stood there, mesmerized by his gaze. The history of such relationships is rich and complex, woven throughout the fabric of humanity. In ancient Greece, tales were told of the empusa, demons who preyed upon the unsuspecting in their sleep. They were known for their enchanting beauty, drawing victims closer until they devoured their very essence. Centuries later, the concept evolved into literature, with characters like the infamous Count Dracula representing the ultimate predator. But these soul vampires were more than mere figments of imagination. They lived and breathed among ordinary people, camouflaged within the mundane. Consider the story of a man named Thomas, whose charm was matched only by his desperation for attention and validation. His friends adored him, at least for a time. He thrived on their admiration, but as they nurtured him, their own spirits waned. Laughter turned to forced smiles, and conversations once filled with genuine connection grew hollow. Thomas reveled in the company, blissfully unaware that he was draining the light from those around him. One by one, his friends distanced themselves, leaving him alone with his reflection, unrecognizable and hollow. As the shadows deepened and the toll of such relationships became unbearable, the victims began to awaken to the truth. Sarah stood before her easel one stormy night, paintbrush poised but unmoving, a deep ache lodged within her chest. Memories of laughter and warmth flickered in her mind like a dying candle, and suddenly she felt the weight of her own existence crashing down. It was in this moment of desperation that she understood. The emotional toll was too great. Mark was not just a partner, he was an anchor, dragging her deeper into the abyss. The stories of these soul vampires are timeless, echoing through the ages, each victim a testament to the emotional warfare waged in silence. Some would break free, while others would remain ensnared, trapped in a web woven of their own fears and desires. The conflict raged within them, a battle for survival against the very people they loved. It was a heartbreaking paradox. The cafe door creaked open, and Sarah looked up, her heart racing. A new face entered, a stranger, but with an energy that felt oddly familiar. The tension in the air shifted, charged with possibilities. In a heartbeat, she realized the cycle of draining relationships was not unbreakable. There were connections to be forged beyond the grasp of those who consumed, relationships that could restore rather than deplete. As the rain pounded harder against the window, the shadows outside danced mischievously. The story of Sarah, Mark, and the soul vampires was not just a tale but a reflection, a reminder that beneath the surface of every relationship lies the potential for both destruction and salvation. The cafe buzzed with quiet conversations, unaware of the emotional storm brewing just beyond the veil. But for Sarah, the world was shifting, and the soul-nourishing connections awaited just beyond the horizon. On a chilly November evening in 1997, a young girl named Emma sat alone in her bedroom, her heart racing as she awaited the first sound from her brand-new computer. The glow of the screen cast a pale light across her face, illuminating her wide eyes filled with wonder and curiosity. Little did she know, this moment marked the dawn of a technological revolution that would not only reshape her life, but the soul of humanity itself. As she navigated through her first chat room, typing feverishly, a sense of connection surged within her. She was no longer just Emma from the small town of Hillsdale. She was a part of something larger, something beyond her wildest dreams. But as the years rolled on, the connection that once felt so exhilarating began to morph into a heavy blanket of isolation. Gradually, the warmth of human interaction was replaced by the coldness of a screen. Every ding from her computer that once filled her with excitement now echoed in her mind like a haunting reminder of the distance between herself and the world outside her window. In the late 1800s, the invention of the telegraph had sparked similar waves of connection. It was a marvel of its time, allowing people to send messages in an instant, bridging vast distances. But as the thrill of instant communication faded, so did the essence of conversation. People began to lose the ability to truly connect, to look into someone's eyes and share their laughter, their fears, their very souls. The more technology promised to bring them together, the more isolated they became. Fast forward to the present, where Emma had grown alongside her screens, now fully engulfed in social media. Each scroll through her feed felt like a double-edged sword. The vibrant images and snippets of joy flickered like fireflies in the night, yet they also cast shadows of doubt and despair. She would see friends laughing at parties where she wasn't invited, their smiles bright and carefree, while she felt the weight of loneliness press against her chest like a vice. The notifications that once brought her joy now produced a jarring sense of anxiety. Was anyone really there for her? Or were they just avatars behind glowing screens? In the 1920s, as radios filled homes with music and voices, the world seemed to hum with life. But the opposite was true. Families gathered around their sets, yet conversations dwindled. Silence filled the spaces where laughter used to be, replaced by the melodious voices of strangers. The connection offered by the radio was superficial. It entertained, but did not engage. It was a precursor to the soul-draining phenomena that would escalate in the decades to come. Emma found herself yearning for the days when her friends would gather for silly games, their laughter echoing off the walls like music. Now, all they seemed to do was text each other, their screens lit up but their hearts growing dimmer. She remembered the warmth of a hug, the comfort of knowing someone was truly present. Instead, she scrolled through a sea of images, feeling the waves of envy wash over her. The more she saw, the more she felt disconnected, like a ghost haunting her own life. As technology advanced, the internet became a vast ocean, full of treasures and dangers. In the early 2000s, the rise of smartphones brought the world to the palm of one's hand. At first, it felt revolutionary. People could connect, learn, and share instantly. Yet, as time passed, the bright screens became a source of dependency, drawing people into a trance. The once vibrant discussions turned into quips and emojis, lacking the richness of genuine emotion. People began to forget the art of conversation, becoming mere spectators in their own lives. Emma found herself caught in this web. Her mind swirled with thoughts that seemed to race faster than her fingers could type. She would respond to messages with swift precision, her heart pounding as she tried to keep up with the rapid pace of digital life. Yet, when the screen dimmed, a deafening silence filled her room, a stark contrast to the chaos of online chatter. It was in these moments that she felt the most alone, the most drained. The connections formed through technology left her feeling hollow, as if her soul was slowly being chipped away. The impact of technology had seeped into the fabric of society, affecting generations. In the 2010s, studies began to emerge, revealing the detrimental effects of social media on mental health. Depression and anxiety surged, and the culprit often pointed to the very platforms designed to connect people. Ironically, the more connected they appeared to be, the more isolated they felt. Emma wasn't alone. Millions were navigating the same treacherous waters, battling the loneliness that technology had inadvertently sown. The thrill of notifications had transformed into a relentless cycle of seeking validation. Every like, every comment became a lifeline, yet when they didn't come, it felt like a crushing blow. Emma would sit for hours, refreshing her feed, waiting for the sweet rush of acknowledgement. Each moment of silence felt like a downward spiral, dragging her further into a void where self-worth was measured by a number on a screen. The soul-draining phenomenon continued to evolve, trapping her in its grasp. As the sun set on another day, Emma glanced out her window, her heart aching for the connection she once felt. The streets outside were filled with people, yet they all seemed to be engrossed in their devices, oblivious to one another. The once familiar sounds of laughter and conversation faded into a distant memory. The technology that promised a revolution had instead built invisible walls, isolating individuals in their own worlds. Yet, somewhere deep within, a flicker of hope remained. Emma longed for something more than fleeting connections. The journey ahead beckoned, filled with echoes of those who had felt the same emptiness, those who had yearned for a time when humanity thrived on genuine bonds rather than the illusion of connection. The whispers of the past rose up, urging her to seek truth in a world flooded with distractions. It was a call to arms, a reminder that behind every screen there beat a heart, a soul craving the very connections that technology had inadvertently stolen away. An invitation to reclaim what was lost. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced against the walls, whispering secrets of ancient fears. There, a woman sat hunched over a flickering candle, her heart heavy with dread. The air was thick with the scent of burnt sage, an offering to ward off the unseen. Tales of soul vampires had traveled through generations, chilling the bones of those who believed. They were not the creatures of folklore that craved blood, but sinister beings that drained the very essence of life, leaving hollow shells behind. Each culture had its own way of confronting these spectral thieves, steeped in rituals and customs that revealed the profound connections between belief and survival. In Eastern Europe, the legends of the Strigoi haunted the villages long before the modern vampire stories took shape. Locals would often gather under the glow of a full moon, exchanging tales of neighbors who had turned cold, their laughter twisted into hollow echoes. They believed that the Strigoi rose from the grave, drawn by unresolved grudges or unfulfilled desires. With wooden stakes and garlic wreaths, they armed themselves against the night, engaging in rituals that felt both sacred and desperate. Families would place mirrors in their windows, reflecting back the darkness that sought to invade their homes, a simple act infused with centuries of conviction. Across the ocean, in the lands of the Taino people of the Caribbean, the fear of the soul vampire took on an entirely different guise. The belief in the Dokalfar held sway over many hearts. These beings were said to steal life not by violence, but by seducing the spirit into complacency. Elders spoke of the importance of maintaining a strong spirit, often gathering in circles to share songs and stories that wove the fabric of community. When someone fell ill, the community would come alive with ritual drumming, their collective heartbeat echoing through the air, an antidote to the creeping despair that could attract the soul thief. In the vast deserts of the American Southwest, the Navajo people have long recognized the existence of Dinie, often translated as the spirit that takes. These beings were thought to drain the life force of the living, leading to sickness and misfortune. To combat this lurking threat, ceremonies filled with prayers, songs, and offerings were performed, invoking the protection of powerful deities. The sacred act of weaving blankets was particularly significant, as the intricate patterns were believed to trap malevolent spirits within their threads, binding them away from the living. It was not just a craft, it was a lifeline. Meanwhile, in the dense jungles of Southeast Asia, the Malays spoke of the Penanggalan, a terrifying creature with a floating head, its entrails trailing behind. This being, they believed, feasted on the life force of the unwary, especially pregnant women. To protect themselves, families would prepare special herbal concoctions and hang sharp objects by their entrance, a deterrent against the night. In times of crisis, the community would gather to hold sacred rituals, chanting prayers that rang into the stillness, invoking protection from the spirit world. The tension in the air would be palpable, each word a shield against the encroaching darkness. In the icy expanses of Siberia, the indigenous Evenki people faced their own spectral fears. They told of the Olon, a phantom that drained vitality from those it encountered. To confront this chilling presence, the Evenki would venture into nature, engaging in spiritual journeys that involved divination and communion with the spirits of the land. Offerings of food and song were left at sacred sites, an appeal to the benevolent forces of the universe for strength and protection. Each note of their songs echoed through the trees, a reminder that life, in all its fragility, was worth defending. In the heart of Africa, the Zulu warriors spoke of the Umtakati, a witch capable of siphoning the essence from people, leaving them weak and vulnerable. To resist their power, communities came together in vibrant displays of unity, holding dances filled with rhythm and fervor. These gatherings were not merely entertainment, they were acts of defiance against the soul vampires that threatened their kin. The sound of drums pulsed like a heartbeat, weaving a tapestry of strength and resilience that reverberated through the night. In ancient Greece, the concept of the Lamia echoed through the minds of many. A creature that started as a beautiful woman, she transformed into a dark specter that consumed the souls of children. Parents would tell these stories to keep their children close, not merely to frighten them, but to instill a sense of community and vigilance. They crafted protective charms and filled their homes with symbols of safety, as the shadows outside whispered and beckoned. Even in the bustling streets of modern cities, remnants of these ancient fears linger. Psychics and healers often offer cleansing rituals for those feeling drained, a remnant of the age-old battle against the unseen. Crystals, herbs, and prayers are tools employed still, as people seek to reclaim their vitality from the clutches of modern soul vampires, those who drain energy through toxic relationships or the relentless demands of a fast-paced world. Thus, as the woman in the candlelit room clings to her rituals, she is not alone. Her ancestors stand beside her, echoing the countless voices of those who fought against the darkness in their own ways. Each culture, with its unique traditions and beliefs, has forged a path to resist the soul vampires lurking in the shadows. As the candle flickers, shadows stretch and pull, reminding her that the battle is ongoing, and the stories of her people continue to unfold, weaving an eternal tapestry against the encroaching night. Beneath the surface of our everyday lives, where smiles often mask pain, lies a haunting truth. The human spirit can be drained, leaving behind an echo of what once was. The streets of Europe in the 1940s whispered tales of suffering, resilience, and an insidious force that chipped away at the very essence of individuals. The shadows of war were not just physical. They seeped into the souls of its victims, leaving them hollowed out, as if the vibrancy of life had been siphoned away. In the dim light of a shabby cafe in Paris, a woman named Elise sat alone, a half-empty cup of coffee growing cold before her. She had once laughed with abandon, her eyes glinting with dreams of love and adventure. Now, those same eyes were clouded, haunted by memories of screams that echoed in her mind like distant thunder. The liberation had come, but at what cost? The war had not only taken her brother but also drained her spirit, leaving her a mere specter of her former self. Each day felt like wading through molasses, every interaction a reminder of what had been lost. Elise's story was not unique. Across the continent, countless souls bore similar burdens. In Berlin, a man named Heinrich walked the rubble of his city, the entire landscape a cruel reflection of his shattered heart. The war had turned friends into foes, neighbors into strangers. He felt as if he carried the weight of their collective grief, an invisible anchor that dragged him into the depths of despair. The relentless barrages had not just destroyed buildings, they had eroded trust, hope, and the very fabric of human connection. In these moments of quiet reflection, the reality of soul draining becomes painfully clear. It is not merely the loss of physical wellness, but the erosion of identity, purpose, and belonging. Victims of trauma often find themselves caught in a storm of conflicting emotions, anger, sorrow, and a strange numbness that wraps around them like a thick fog. This fog distorts their reality, making even simple tasks feel insurmountable. In the aftermath of destruction, they become prisoners of their own minds, wrestling with the demons of their past while striving to reclaim their futures. As the days slipped into months, a pervasive sense of isolation crept into the lives of those who had endured such suffering. The laughter of children playing in the streets became a haunting melody for Elise. She longed to join in, yet the joy felt foreign, like a distant memory. The vibrant colors of life faded into muted tones, leaving behind an unshakable grayness. She felt as if she were watching her own life through a foggy window, yearning to reach out but paralyzed by an invisible barrier. Meanwhile, in a crumbling tenement, a group of survivors gathered, their faces etched with lines of sorrow and resilience. They spoke in hushed tones of the past, sharing fragments of their lives that felt like shards of glass, beautiful yet dangerous. Each story was a thread, weaving a tapestry of shared trauma that bound them together in their suffering. But within that shared space there was also a flicker of hope, the faintest light peeking through the cracks of despair. The power of connection, even in pain, offered a semblance of healing. But healing was not easy. As the months dragged on, the scars of war manifested in ways both visible and unseen. The psychological toll was profound. The victims carried their trauma like a shadow that never quite left them. In the quiet hours of night, when the world was asleep, nightmares clawed their way into consciousness, dragging them back into those moments of horror. The relentless cycle of memory and pain made escape feel impossible. Elise found herself trapped in a loop of despair, a relentless cycle of wakefulness and restless sleep. Each night she would close her eyes and be transported back to the agonizing moments she wished to forget, the sounds of sirens, the chaos of fleeing crowds, the final goodbye to her brother. Each recollection was a dagger to her heart, driving the knife deeper into her soul. Their stories, however, also held the power of resilience, a theme that echoed across the landscapes of their lives. There were moments of defiance, sparks of courage that ignited flames of hope within the darkness. Heinrich, for instance, began to write, pouring the anguish of his experiences onto the pages of a notebook. With each word, he reclaimed a piece of himself, confronting the darkness that sought to envelop him. He was not just a victim. He was a storyteller, weaving a narrative that demanded to be heard. In the streets of Vienna, a group of women organized to support one another, gathering in secret to share their fears, dreams, and aspirations. They formed an unbreakable bond, reminding one another that even in the depths of despair, they were not alone. The act of speaking their truths became a balm for their wounded souls, a means of resisting the soul-draining effects of their circumstances. Yet, the struggle against that insidious force continued. Just as light can pierce through darkness, the scars of their past sometimes threatened to suffocate the flickers of hope. For every step forward, there were moments that pulled them back. A constant push and pull of healing and heartbreak. As the world began to emerge from the shadows of war, the question loomed large. Could they ever truly heal? The scars were deep, and the effects of soul-draining echoed in their hearts, lingering like a haunting melody. Would they find a way to reclaim their lives, or would they forever be defined by their pain? Elise took a breath, feeling the weight of her choices pressing down on her like a heavy blanket. But deep within her, a whisper grew louder, a spark that dared to defy the darkness. As she looked out on the bustling streets of Paris, filled with life and laughter, she knew she had to try. The journey was far from over, and the effects of soul-draining would continue to haunt her. But perhaps, just perhaps, there was a way to reclaim her spirit amidst the echoes of her past. And with that thought, the story flowed seamlessly into the next chapter, where the struggle for identity and purpose would intertwine with hope, resilience, and the unyielding will to rise once more. A flicker of candlelight danced across the room, casting eerie shadows that seemed alive. Inside the small, dimly lit chamber, a girl named Elira sat on the edge of her bed, her heart racing. The tales her grandmother told her echoed in her mind, tales of creatures that thrived in darkness, feeding off fear and despair. She had heard of the vampires that roamed at night, but those stories were just whispers in the wind, right? Or were they? Elira's pulse quickened as the wind howled outside, rattling the window. She could almost feel the chill that came from the unknown. Her grandmother had always said to guard one's heart, to build walls against those who would suck away the very essence of life. "You must shield your soul," she would say, her voice trembling with a warning that Elira could never quite understand until now. Defense mechanisms against these metaphoric vampires, people who drain you emotionally and spiritually, have been a topic of discussion for centuries. Ancient Romans had their remedies, mixing herbs and chanting invocations to ward off the evil eye. The Greeks believed in fortifying their hearts with stoicism, refusing to allow the draining forces of the world to penetrate their resolve. It wasn't merely a battle against supernatural beings. It was a timeless struggle against those who would take advantage of the vulnerable. Elira recalled an old tale of a village long forgotten by the annals of history. A small hamlet nestled in the hills had once been tormented by a vampire, not the kind with sharp fangs and an insatiable thirst for blood, but a figure cloaked in charm and deceit. It was a woman named Isolde, who drew people to her with her laughter, only to leave them hollow and empty. The villagers learned to protect themselves not just by avoiding her, but by building communal bonds, sharing warmth, and supporting one another against the chill of isolation that Isolde thrived upon. But how does one protect themselves in a world filled with Isoldes? History paints a vivid picture of these struggles. Knights once donned armor not only for battle but also as a means of shielding their hearts against betrayal. The iron plates were more than just metal. They symbolized the barriers we erect in life to keep the darkness at bay. Elira thought of her own armor, the invisible walls she had built around her heart. Those walls felt so sturdy, yet they trembled at the slightest hint of loneliness. As memories flooded her mind, she saw her mother, a beacon of strength, always teaching her about the power of kindness. "Kindness is a shield," her mother used to say. "It can ward off the dark forces that seek to invade your spirit." Elira remembered how her mother would host gatherings filled with laughter and joy, fortifying their home with love and positivity. Every smile shared, every meal shared, created an invisible barrier against the negativity that lurked outside. But kindness alone wasn't enough. Elira knew that. She had learned that sometimes the heart needed to be protected from those who wore friendly smiles but carried daggers concealed behind their backs. The village of old had devised clever tactics to recognize the energy vampires. They learned to trust their instincts, to listen when a conversation felt heavy, or when someone took more than they gave. They developed a sixth sense, an intuition that warned them of impending drain. In her thoughts, Elira envisioned her grandmother again, sitting in her rocking chair, knitting with nimble fingers. "Sometimes," she would whisper, "you must be ruthless in your kindness. It is not a weakness to walk away from those who take without giving." The wisdom echoed in Elira's ears as she felt the shadows in her own life. Friends who never asked how she was, acquaintances who seemed to light up when they were near her, only to leave her feeling hollow. The realization was as sharp as a knife. The history of emotional defense is rich with examples. The Stoics of ancient Rome built their shields through philosophy, using reason to fend off the heartbreak that life inevitably brought. They taught that a heart unguarded could be a heart that bleeds. Elira could feel their legacy entwined with her own experiences. She understood now why her grandmother would place small, meaningful tokens around their home. A crystal here, a pine cone there, each one a reminder to stay grounded, to remember one's worth. As she sat on her bed, Ilara felt the energy shift in the room. The shadows seemed to grow darker, almost sentient. They whispered her insecurities, feeding on her doubts. "You're not enough," they hissed. "You'll always be alone." In that moment, she realized that the greatest defense mechanism lay not only in barriers but also in the embrace of self-love. The ancients spoke of the importance of knowing oneself, of understanding one's own value so deeply that no external force could make one waver. Suddenly, the candle flickered violently, and Ilara's heart raced. Was it just the wind, or was there something more? The sensation of being watched enveloped her, a cold, clammy grip tightening around her heart. But instead of succumbing to fear, she reached deep within, feeling the warmth of her mother's lessons and her grandmother's wisdom. She drew strength from the love that surrounded her, a barrier more potent than any physical shield. With newfound determination, Ilara rose from her bed and walked to the window. The night was thick with mystery, yet she felt a flicker of hope igniting within her. The darkness outside was not an enemy, but a challenge. "I will not be a victim," she murmured, her voice steady. "I will guard my heart and nourish my soul." As she stood tall, the shadows outside seemed to retreat, sensing a shift in the air. Ilara took a deep breath, feeling the weight of centuries of knowledge press against her. She was not alone. She was part of an unbroken lineage of souls who had battled their inner and outer vampires. The night whispered secrets, the wind carried them, and Ilara knew that this was only the beginning. She felt the energy shift again, a magnetic pull towards a future where she would learn to navigate the darkness with grace and strength, ever vigilant against the forces that would seek to drain her spirit. The true battle was just beginning, and she was ready to stand her ground. The air was thick with tension, a chilling whisper carried by the wind, as shadows danced in the flickering candlelight. An unsettling truth hung over the ages, one that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to consider it. What if some of history's most notorious figures were not merely men and women of flesh and blood, but something darker, something that fed on the very essence of life itself? The stories of these historical figures, accused of being soul vampires, were cloaked in mystery, their legacies marred by the dark stains of suspicion. Take the notorious figure of Count Vlad III of Wallachia, known as Vlad the Impaler. Tales of his ruthless reign induced nightmares in the hearts of his enemies. Legends tell of his gruesome methods, impaling his foes and leaving them to die a slow, torturous death. But beneath these savage acts lay an insatiable thirst for power, akin to a vampire's thirst for blood. Rumors whispered through the ages claimed that he sought not just domination, but the very souls of those he conquered. His desires seemed to drain the life around him, leaving barren fields and trembling towns in his wake as if he were a creature of the night, thriving on the terror of the living. Then there was Elizabeth Bathory, the infamous Blood Countess. Her castles, once filled with laughter and light, became tombs of despair. The young maidens who worked for her often vanished without a trace, and chilling tales emerged of her bathing in the blood of virgins, believing this would grant her eternal youth. Her hubris transformed her into a figure of dread, greedily absorbing the vitality of the innocent. The whispers of the townsfolk grew louder, coiling around her like a noose as they spoke of a woman so consumed by her quest for immortality that she became a predator lurking in the shadows of her own castle. As the nights turned darker, the name of Gilles de Rais echoed through the halls of history. Once a celebrated hero and companion of Joan of Arc, his transformation into a figure of horror was startling. He was accused of heinous crimes, the murders of countless children. Desperation for wealth pushed him into a world of black magic, where it was said he sought to summon demons. His actions were shrouded in an aura of malevolence, as if he were siphoning the innocence of youth to fuel his dark ambitions. The townspeople could feel the weight of his presence. The very air seemed to thrum with dread whenever he walked among them. And what of Rasputin, the enigmatic mystic who wormed his way into the heart of the Romanov family? His influence over Tsar Nicholas II and his wife Alexandra was undeniable, but it came at a cost. With a gaze that seemed to penetrate the soul, Rasputin was accused of holding sway over their hearts and minds, draining their vitality. As the empire crumbled around them, it became increasingly clear that he was feeding on their despair, a dark leech thriving on the turmoil he created. Those who crossed his path sensed an unsettling aura, as if he were a dark cloud, hovering and consuming all hope in his wake. Then there was the chilling figure of Heinrich Himmler, a man whose presence still sends shivers coursing through the annals of history. As a leading architect of the Holocaust, he orchestrated a symphony of death that claimed millions. His icy demeanor concealed a heart devoid of empathy, and tales arose of him possessing a disturbing aura, as if he drained the very soul of humanity around him. The camps, with their echoes of anguish, transformed him into a being of darkness, an entity that thrived on the suffering of countless innocents, as if he were a vampire, feasting on the very essence of life. In the modern age, names like Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer emerged bearing the weight of chilling infamy. Bundy, with his charm, lured countless victims into his snare, while Dahmer manipulated the very fabric of trust to lead his victims to their doom. Both men seemed to draw power from the fear and confusion of their prey, their dark actions leaving behind a trail of devastation that rippled through families and communities. The notion of soul vampires resurfaced as people grappled with the horror of their existence, portraying them not just as killers, but as predators who sought to drain the spirit and vitality from life itself. As the pages of history turned, figures like Mao Zedong and Joseph Stalin emerged, their reigns drenched in blood and despair. Each of them wielded power over millions, but with that power came a sinister hunger. Their policies resulted in the suffering and death of countless individuals, an insatiable desire for control that felt almost parasitic. The air grew thick with the weight of despair, as if their very essence had become a toxin, poisoning the land and draining the hope from the eyes of their people. They became shadows on the landscape, with their dark legacies echoing through time, a testament to the soulless hunger of power. Even in the realm of the arts, figures like Vincent van Gogh and Edgar Allan Poe danced with darkness. Their masterpieces, born from ceaseless struggles, were infused with a haunting beauty that hinted at a deeper sorrow. Van Gogh's brush strokes captured not just the vibrant colors of life but also the shadow of despair that loomed over him, as if he were forever haunted by a thirst for understanding that felt just out of reach. Poe's words dripped with melancholy, echoing the anguish of a soul tormented by the very act of creation, as if the act of writing drained him of the last remnants of his spirit. History is a tapestry woven from the lives of these figures, each thread a story of ambition, despair, and a haunting thirst that transcends time. The echoes of their legacies linger in the corners of our minds, cautioning us of the darkness that can lurk behind even the brightest smiles. The line between hero and monster blurs, leaving an unsettling whisper that perhaps the greatest horror lies not in the shadows of the night, but in the hearts of those who walk among us, always hungry, always seeking to feed on the essence of life itself. The chilling tales of these figures remind us that the specter of the soul vampire is never far, always waiting for the right moment to emerge once more, feeding on the fears and vulnerabilities of the world around them. In a small, dimly lit room, the air felt thick with sorrow. Shadows danced on the walls like restless spirits, and the faint sound of a clock ticking echoed, each tick a reminder of the moments lost to despair. At the center of the room sat Maya, her hands trembling in her lap. The weight of invisible chains bound her heart, each link forged by years of emotional torment. She was a victim of a soul vampire, someone who had drained her essence, leaving her hollow and exhausted. Across the table from her sat Jonathan, a man whose presence was both comforting and unsettling. His eyes seemed to penetrate her very being, as if he could see the fragments of her soul scattered across the train wreck of her past. He had been drawn to her not by mere curiosity, but by a deep-seated knowing. He, too, had tasted the bitterness of a soul vampire's hold. It was said that these creatures roamed the earth, blending in with ordinary lives. They fed on the emotions of others, thriving on fear, guilt, and despair. Jonathan knew Maya's pain all too well. He had once been ensnared by a soul vampire who had once claimed to love him. The history of such beings stretched back through the ages, intertwined with folklore and whispered tales. Ancient texts from distant lands spoke of entities that thrived in shadows, feeding off the life force of the unsuspecting. In medieval Europe, these creatures were often mistaken for witches, hunted down and burned at the stake, yet their legacy lived on in the hearts of those who survived their embrace. The tales were not merely fiction. They were warnings passed through generations, stories of warning about the dangers of opening oneself to those who would take and take without giving back. As Jonathan spoke, the resonance of his voice broke through Maya's fog. "Forgiveness is not for them," he said, his words hanging heavily in the air. "It's for us, like a key to unlock the shackles they put on us." The thought lingered in Maya's mind. Like a flame flickering in the dark, could she really find a way to reclaim what was lost? Shifting uneasily, she recalled the moments that had led her to this point, the heavy silence that filled her home, the manipulation disguised as love, the joy that had been replaced with a gnawing emptiness. Her soul vampire had been an old friend who had turned into a tormentor. Each friendship, once filled with laughter and light, had become a theater of guilt where she was the unwilling performer, trapped in a role that left her drained and desolate. The memories flooded back, sharp and vivid. There was the time she had shared her ambitions with her friend, only to have them twisted and thrown back at her like daggers. "You'll never be that good," they had sneered, eyes glinting with a cruel satisfaction. Her laughter had turned to silence, and with each interaction, she felt more of her spirit ebb away until only a shadow remained. The clock ticked on, a rhythmic reminder of her heartbeat, and Jonathan leaned closer. "To forgive," he continued, "is to understand that their hold is not just on you, but on themselves as well. They are trapped in their own pain." His voice was soothing and yet charged with an urgency that propelled Maya toward an emotional precipice. The words stirred something inside her, a flicker of hope igniting beneath the layers of despair. The sun began to set outside, casting long shadows that stretched into the room, mirroring the struggles within. Maya felt a swell of anger toward herself for allowing her life to be dictated by someone else's darkness. And yet, there was a spark of clarity breaking through the fog. Perhaps this was not only a battle against her soul vampire, but also an opportunity for transformation. As Jonathan spoke of forgiveness, he shared his own story, one of liberation and resilience. He had once been swallowed by the darkness, but through the painful process of confronting his past, he had learned that forgiveness was not an act of kindness toward the offender, but a lifeline for healing. "Every moment we hold on to that pain is a moment we give them power over us," he said. "It's time to take it back." With each word, a tangible energy filled the room, thickening the air as if the walls themselves were listening. Maya's heart raced, caught between fear and the intoxicating possibility of freedom. Could she really sever the ties that bound her? The thought sent goosebumps skittering across her skin, a stirring echo of the battles fought by those who had come before her. In ancient Egypt, the concept of Ma'at represented truth, balance, and cosmic order, serving as a reminder that one's heart must be lighter than a feather to move on to the afterlife. Maya felt that weight pressing down on her, the heaviness of unspoken words and unhealed wounds. Jonathan's voice broke through her reverie, urging her to confront her fear head-on. It's not about forgetting what they did. It's about letting it go. Outside, the world was painted in hues of orange and purple, the sky embracing the night. With every sunset, there was a promise of a new dawn, and Maya realized that she too could create a shift in her narrative. The thought trembled in her chest, a fragile yet resilient flame flickering to life. "What if I could forgive?" she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it echoed with a profound power. The room felt charged, a magnetic pull drawing her closer to the realization that forgiveness could be the very act that would free her from the soul vampire's grip. The breath caught in her throat, a mixture of hope and doubt battling within. Jonathan's gaze held hers, fierce and unwavering, as if he were daring her to take that step. Their stories were woven together by the threads of pain and resilience, an unbreakable bond forged in shared suffering. In that moment, Maya understood that healing was not a solitary endeavor. It was a collective journey. The echoes of her past began to fade, replaced by a newfound sense of agency. With each heartbeat, she felt the chains begin to crack, the soul vampire's grip loosening as she reached for the possibility of forgiveness, a chance to reclaim her voice and her joy. The room hummed with possibility, and as the last light of day surrendered to the darkness of night, Maya realized she stood on the threshold of a new chapter. The journey of forgiveness lay ahead, unforged, uncharted, and filled with the promise of reclaiming her spirit. The air crackled with anticipation, and as she took a deep breath, she felt the first stirrings of liberation lifting her from the shadows. In the dim light of a crowded cafe, a young woman sat alone, her eyes scanning the room with a subtle intensity. She smiled politely at the barista but quickly returned to her thoughts, aware that her energy felt increasingly drained. It was as if the very air around her hummed with a tension she could not name, a sensation that seemed to pulse with an unspoken promise of something more. An awakening, perhaps, or a reckoning. Outside, the world continued its frantic pace, oblivious to the subtle shifts beneath the surface of everyday life. The history of soul vampires is etched deep in the fabric of human experience, stretching back to ancient civilizations. From the whispers of Mesopotamian folklore to the ominous tales of the night-dwelling creatures in Eastern European legends, the concept of entities that feed on human emotion has long been a source of both fear and fascination. These figures, be they literal or metaphorical, have navigated through the ages, evolving as society has changed. As the modern world wrestles with its own demons, depression, anxiety, isolation, one cannot help but wonder if these soul vampires are not merely relics of myth, but rather reflections of the very real emotional drainers in contemporary life. In coffee shops, bustling workplaces, or even quiet homes, the signs are everywhere. People who leave you feeling less than you were, relationships that suck the joy from your being, those moments when laughter feels like an effort. In the future, the landscape of these soul vampires may become even more complex. With technology weaving itself ever tighter into the human experience, a new breed of emotional drainers may emerge. Social media platforms, with their endless scroll of curated lives, can act like mirrors reflecting not just joy but also envy, sadness, and longing. Imagine a world where each like or comment plays into the hands of those who thrive on emotional energy, those who sap joy from others while presenting an image of connection. The balance of power may shift, leading to a more aggressive form of these emotional predators. As the barriers between consciousness and technology blur, intimate human experiences could be manipulated in ways previously unimaginable. The rise of artificial intelligence, capable of mimicking human emotions and reactions, may create a chilling environment where emotional manipulation becomes a calculated strategy. Yet, in this swirling vortex of change, there lies an undeniable glimmer of hope. Communities may rise up, their bonds strengthening in response to the encroaching darkness. people might begin to recognize the telltale signs of soul vampires, learning to shield themselves from their draining presence. Ancient practices of mindfulness, meditation, and emotional awareness may resurface, empowering individuals to reclaim their energy and nurture themselves against those who take more than they give. As the young woman in the cafe sipped her tea, she felt an unshakable connection to a deeper truth. What if the essence of humanity, the very spirit that binds us together, could be harnessed not just as a resource to be siphoned, but as a collective force to be celebrated? The whispers in the walls of that cafe hinted at something transformative. An echo of the past meeting the possibilities of the future. But darkness often finds a way. Perhaps society will numb itself to these draining forces, accepting them as part of life rather than confronting the uncomfortable truths they represent. The rise of the toxic positivity movement could be a double-edged sword, where the pressure to maintain a facade of happiness might push individuals further into the clutches of soul vampires, leaving them more vulnerable than ever. Emotions might become commodities, traded for likes and follows, turning the organic connections of humanity into mere transactions. Each passing day could bring the emergence of new types of soul vampires, those who thrive on the emotional fallout of climate anxiety, political turmoil, and social unrest. As the world grapples with these existential threats, the toll on mental well-being could birth a generation of individuals who have forgotten how to nurture their own spirits, trapped in cycles of despair. Yet, within this narrative of darkness, threads of resilience weave through the fabric of time. Historical movements show that through adversity, humanity often finds its strength. The rise of mental health awareness, community support systems, and even new forms of art and expression could serve as powerful antidotes to this looming threat. Echoes of previous struggles may inspire individuals to rise against the tide, creating a cultural renaissance that champions emotional well-being and connection. The young woman caught a glimpse of something transformative from across the cafe. A couple laughed heartily, their joy palpable in the air, a stark contrast to the drains that surrounded her. What if these moments of genuine connection were the key to battling the soul vampires of the future? A reminder that while shadows may lurk, light could still break through in the most unexpected places. The laughter of friends, the warmth of shared stories, the simple act of listening. As the evening crept in and the shadows lengthened, her heart raced with anticipation. What lay ahead in this unfolding narrative? Would humanity learn to guard its essence fiercely, building walls against the soul vampires, or could it open its heart wide, inviting genuine connection while remaining vigilant? The cafe buzzed with life, each person potentially playing a role in this ongoing saga, an interplay of light and dark, connection and disconnection. Outside, the world spun on, unaware of the quiet revolution brewing within its very core. There was a promise that lingered in the air, powerfully woven through each fleeting moment, whispering of potential futures yet to be realized. And as the last light of day melted into night, one thing became clear. The future was unwritten, a tapestry threaded with the hopes, fears, and resilience of all. In the flickering candlelight of an ancient parlor, shadows danced along the walls, whispering secrets long hidden from the world. An air of unease settled in, a palpable tension that wrapped around the room like a heavy cloak. The stories of old, tales of beings who fed not on blood but on the very essence of life itself, lurked in the corners of every mind. Could it be possible that among us walked those who thrived on the vitality of others, not merely through physical means, but by siphoning the energy of the soul? Soul vampires, as they have been called through the ages, are said to exist beyond the tangible world, weaving their way into the fabric of human experience. From the swirling mists of Celtic folklore to the hushed tones of Eastern philosophies, these enigmatic entities have inspired both dread and fascination. Throughout history, People have described experiences that left them hollow, entrapped by individuals whose very presence seemed to drain their vitality. It was not just a sense of fatigue, it was as if something deep within, a luminous spark of life, had been stolen. In the medieval ages, when superstition ruled the minds of men, soul vampires were often depicted as the embodiment of darkness, lurking in the night, seducing the unsuspecting with their charm and allure. They were said to possess an uncanny ability. With but a glance, they could ensnare someone's spirit, leaving them ghost-like, wandering lost in their own lives. The tales told of individuals who would emerge from these encounters changed, hollowed out and weary, as if a glimmer of joy had been sucked away. As the moon waxed and waned, so did the legends of these entities evolve. The ancient Greeks spoke of the empusa, a shape-shifting spirit that fed on the life force of men. It was said that they would transform into beautiful women, luring unsuspecting men into their embrace, only to reveal their grotesque true forms as they drained the very essence of their victims. Those who spoke of encounters with such beings shared experiences that transcended mere physical exhaustion. They spoke of a darkness that seeped into their very thoughts, leaving behind a haunting echo of despair. Within the confines of a quiet library, a scholar unearthed a forgotten manuscript, its pages yellowed with age, its words inscribed in a long-lost language. The text hinted at a connection between emotional states and the energy that flowed within each person's soul. A soul vampire, the manuscript suggested, could manipulate this energy, thriving on negative emotions like fear, anger, and sadness. This bond created an invisible tether, allowing the vampire to extract not only energy but also joy, creativity, and love, leaving the victim entangled in a web of emotional turmoil. Whispers of these encounters echoed through time, their resonance felt in every culture. In India, the concept of preta described hungry ghosts eternally yearning for what they could not obtain. These spirits were often depicted with bloated bellies and emaciated forms, representing the emptiness that came from a life unfulfilled. Legends told of their attempts to latch on to the living, inadvertently drawing from their joy and vitality. The mere thought of such a bond sent shivers down the spine, amplifying the dread that accompanied these beings. A woman, caught in the throes of a seemingly perfect relationship, began to feel her soul wither. Each shared moment was tainted with a sense of foreboding, as her partner's laughter seemed to echo with an otherworldly chill. Friends noticed her fading light, the spark in her eyes dimming with every passing day. Little did she know that beneath the charming facade lay a soul vampire, a master of manipulation who reveled in basking in her radiance, drawing her energy until she was but a shadow of her former self. The metaphysical aspect of these soul vampires extends beyond mere physical interactions. They resonate on a frequency that allows them to tap into the emotional landscape of their victims, creating a cycle of dependency that feels as intoxicating as it is destructive. It's a dance of energy, a balance between what is given and what is taken, leaving the unwitting participant caught in a dizzying spiral of give and take. Throughout the ages, practitioners of various spiritual arts have warned of the need for protection against such entities. Rituals and charms were created to shield the soul from those who would seek to drain it. In ancient Egypt, amulets inscribed with protective incantations were worn to ward off malevolent spirits. Even in modern practices, the notion of energy vampires manifests in the advice to distance oneself from toxic relationships, those connections that leave one feeling drained and empty. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, a sense of dread settled over a gathering of friends. The host, charismatic and magnetic, seemed to possess an otherworldly charm that drew everyone close. Yet, beneath the laughter and cheer, a feeling of heaviness hung in the air. One by one, the friends began to feel it, an inexplicable exhaustion, as if the very joy of the evening was being siphoned away. The laughter transformed into a haunting echo, a reminder that even in moments of connection, shadows could loom, ready to feast upon the light. The stories of soul vampires weave through the tapestry of human experience. They remind us that darkness can reside not only in tales of the supernatural, but in the very fabric of our lives. Each encounter, each relationship, carries with it the potential for an invisible exchange, an energy transfer that can uplift or deplete. As the moon rose high, casting silver light upon the world below, the ancient secrets of soul vampires lingered in the shadows, waiting to be felt, to be understood. The night was far from over, and the echoes of their presence would continue to reverberate, drawing those sensitive to the unseen into a deeper dance with the unknown. The air was thick with anticipation, a strange mix of wonder and dread, as the first flickering lights burst to life in the dimly lit laboratory. Dr. Eleanor Marks stood at the center of the chaos, her heart racing like the machinery around her. A flicker of metal and glass caught her eye, a fleeting reflection that hinted at something extraordinary, a device that could alter the fabric of reality itself, but at a grave cost. The hum of energy vibrated through her bones, sending a shiver down her spine. It whispered promises of discovery, yet a silent voice cautioned her of the lurking shadows. In the 22nd century, humanity had pushed the limits of technology and science, reaching into the stars and creating wonders that would dazzle the most imaginative minds. Yet, beneath this veneer of progress lay an unsettling truth, an ancient fear that had found new expression in the age of advanced algorithms and artificial intelligence. Soul vampirism, once confined to the pages of Gothic novels, now flickered on the edges of reality, a dark thread woven into the fabric of human existence. Eleanor recalled her studies, where ancient folklore described creatures that thrived on the energy of the living. The tales of the strigoi and the leech-like beings of yore resonated with a haunting familiarity. Historically, they were mere myths, used to instill fear, but scientists had discovered that human emotions held a tangible energy, an essence that could be drained and weaponized. The very notion sent chills racing through her, igniting a spark of fear and fascination. As the machines around her whirred to life, Eleanor's mind drifted to a time long before technology dominated the world. Ancient Egypt had its own tales of the Ache, spiritual entities that roamed the night, seeking to consume the soul's vitality. These stories, once thought to be mere superstition, now felt eerily prescient. The pharaohs, in their quest for immortality, had sought to harness the energies of their subjects, a precursor to the experiments conducted in sterile rooms today. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity surged through the equipment, snapping Eleanor back to reality. The device pulsated, casting eerie shadows on the walls, and she felt the atmosphere shift. The fleeting whispers of long-dead voices echoed in her ears, warning her of the consequences that lay ahead. Those who traded in the realm of the soul were not mere predators. They were architects of despair, weaving their web of hunger through lifetimes and histories. Around her, the other scientists were oblivious to the growing tension, their eyes fixed on the screens displaying streams of data and eerie graphs. They were caught in the allure of the unknown, their minds racing ahead to the breakthroughs that could change everything. Yet Eleanor felt a foreboding chill creeping into her thoughts, a fear that the very essence they sought to harness could lead to their undoing. With each pulse of the device, Eleanor saw images flash before her, an ancient village bathed in moonlight, a figure lurking in the shadows, drawing life from the unsuspecting. She fought against the pull of these visions, knowing they were mere reflections of a reality that thrived on fear and suffering. The stories of her youth, told by her grandmother in hushed tones beside the crackling fire, flashed in her mind. Legends of people whose souls were siphoned away, leaving them as hollow shells, lifeless and wandering. Her heart raced as she recalled the accounts of victims found in the streets, eyes glazed and bodies weak, as if they had been drained of their very essence. The scientists had called it a new syndrome, a byproduct of the fast-paced digital age, but Eleanor knew better. The truth was more sinister, rooted in the very essence of humanity's darker nature. The pursuit of knowledge often walked hand in hand with the thirst for power, a dance as old as time. As she examined the device, memory mingling with dread, a surge of emotion washed over her. The echoes of the past intertwined with the present, and she felt the weight of generations on her shoulders. They had sought immortality, but what they had truly craved was connection, the shared warmth of life. Yet, in their desperation, they had opened doors better left closed, allowing the dark forces of soul vampirism to seep into the cracks of society. The machine before her seemed to pulse with a life of its own, infused with the energy of dreams and nightmares. It begged for activation, promising endless possibilities, but Eleanor hesitated. Was this the moment she would unwittingly unleash the very darkness she feared? The battle raged within her, a clash of ambition and caution, hope and despair. Somewhere deep inside, she understood that the line between progress and peril was thin and frail, like gossamer threads caught in a storm. A fleeting glance among her peers revealed their fervent excitement, but Eleanor's eyes betrayed her anxiety. She envisioned the future, a landscape of hollow-eyed beings, wandering aimlessly as their energies were siphoned away, leaving them as nothing more than vessels of potential, ripe for exploitation. The vibrant colors of life dimmed in her mind as the shadows of loss crept closer, whispering tales of those who had gone before her. Suddenly, without warning, the device surged with an intense brilliance, illuminating the room. Eleanor's breath caught in her throat as she felt the room's temperature drop, a chilling presence enveloping them all. The air crackled with tension, fear mingling with the thrill of the unknown. She turned to her colleagues, their faces now ghostly pale in the light, reflecting the dawning realization of the path they were treading. With every heartbeat, Eleanor felt the pull of the abyss, a magnetic force drawing her toward a destiny intertwined with the very essence of life itself. The stories of soul vampires, long dismissed as mere fiction, flickered to life once more. The device was not just a tool, it was a key to a door that, once opened, could never be closed. And, as the shadows lengthened, Eleanor knew they stood on the precipice of a revelation that could change everything, or destroy them all. The air was heavy with whispers, a tension pulsing beneath the surface of every conversation. In the busy cafe, laughter danced with the scent of freshly brewed coffee, yet shadows lurked just out of sight. People sipped their drinks, unknowingly caught in the web of unseen forces at play. There, in the corner, sat a woman whose smile seemed to dim the light around her. To anyone else, she was just another customer, but to those attuned to the subtleties of human energy, she radiated something darker. Throughout history, whispers of creatures who feed on the essence of others have haunted humanity. The legends of vampires, both corporeal and ethereal, told tales of beings that drain the spirit, leaving only emptiness in their wake. Soul vampires, as they are called today, are not confined to the pages of Gothic novels. They walk among us, blending seamlessly into our daily lives. And as the sun sets, casting long shadows, the signs of these energy thieves emerge, chilling the marrow of the unsuspecting. A man entered the cafe, his eyes scanning the room with an intensity that made those around him instinctively recoil. His smile was wide, yet his gaze held a flicker of something unsettling. As he approached a group of friends, their laughter faltered, the warmth of their conversation evaporating like mist under the morning sun. This man, with his charm, was the perfect predator. At first glance he seemed engaging, his words a siren's song. Yet beneath the surface he siphoned the joy from the air, leaving only a heavy silence in his wake. The first clue often lies in the energy of those around them. Are your friends noticeably more drained after spending time with a particular individual? Do they leave feeling as if a part of them has been taken, their laughter dulled, their spirits dimmed. These are the victims of a soul vampire who thrives on the vibrancy of others, their own light flickering weakly in comparison. A woman nearby, her eyes darting nervously, was engaged in a conversation with a seemingly charming colleague. Yet, as she spoke, her voice trembled, the excitement draining from her words like water slipping through fingers. The colleague leaned in, his face a mask of sympathy, yet his intent was far darker. He feigned interest while subtly shifting the focus back to himself, letting her fears and hopes wash over him, absorbing her life force with every nod and sigh. Historically, the allure of soul vampires can be traced back to ancient civilizations, from the cunning seducers of Greek mythology to the dark whispers of Eastern folklore. Each culture has its version of the energy thief, the being that, through charm and manipulation, feeds off the vitality of the unsuspecting. They are not just figures of myth. They are present in boardrooms and classrooms, lurking in the shadows of friendships and workplaces, their true nature hidden under layers of charisma. In a bustling office environment, one can spot a soul vampire amid the constant buzz of productivity. They are the ones who thrive on drama and conflict, their presence like a dark cloud over the office. Colleagues gather around the water cooler, and as they share stories of triumph and teamwork, the vampire swoops in, weaving tales of failure and doubt that seep into the hearts of others. The energy shifts, laughter becomes hesitant, and once bright faces grow solemn. The signs are often subtle, yet unmistakable. A conversation that begins with enthusiasm can quickly turn into a spiral of negativity. "Did you hear what happened to Jane? She thinks she's going to get that promotion," but the vampire feeds off the discontent, their eyes gleaming as they watch the life drain from the group, the atmosphere thickening with despair. One must not forget the emotional roller coaster a soul vampire can create. They are experts at cultivating relationships, drawing people close only to later unleash their emotional turmoil. A friend shares their dreams, their aspirations, only to be met with a wave of skepticism. "Are you sure you can do that? Remember last time?" The insidious words linger in the air, weaving doubt into the fabric of hope, an emotional heist that leaves the victim questioning their worth. The tension rises in the cafe, and the woman who smiled too sweetly suddenly shifts. Her eyes dart toward the clock, and she seems to realize the toll her presence is taking, yet she cannot help herself. "You're all so wonderful. I just need to share my struggles. It's been a tough week," she says, her voice dripping with false vulnerability. As she recounts her tales of misfortune, the energy in the room dims, and the warmth of friendship fades. Another pivotal sign is the feeling of obligation. Soul vampires often manipulate their victims into feeling guilty for not being present or supportive. They play the victim expertly, claiming they need the support of friends, drawing them in with a sense of duty. It's a cycle that traps the giver in an endless loop of emotional labor, leaving them feeling exhausted and resentful. As the cafe buzzes with life, the vampire spots a new target, a young man with bright eyes and ambitious dreams. He shares his excitement about a project, and instead of encouragement, the woman's smile falters. "Do you really think you can pull that off? Last time you tried, it didn't go so well, did it?" The young man's enthusiasm flickers, confusion clouding his expression. The woman, on the other hand, basks in the shift of energy, her own darkness mingling with his light, feeding her insatiable hunger. The world spins on, yet the shadows deepen, and the cafe becomes a microcosm of the larger world, a stage where the dance of light and dark plays out daily. Those who are aware begin to see the patterns emerge, the subtle shifts in energy that signal the presence of a soul vampire. The laughter grows strained, the smiles brittle, and the warmth of connection turns icy. In the midst of it all, the sun sets outside, casting long shadows that mirror the emotions within. Each face reflects a story, a history of interactions colored by the presence of these emotional leeches. The energy in the room shifts yet again, and the tension thickens. As the night deepens, the question lingers in the air. Can one truly escape the clutches of a soul vampire? Or is one destined to remain forever entwined in their web, a mere shadow of their former self? In a small town where the sun dipped low over the horizon, casting long shadows that danced between the aged buildings, a palpable heaviness hung in the air. It was the kind of stillness that wrapped around the heart, squeezing tightly, as if the very essence of life was being sucked away. This was a place where laughter once echoed through the streets, but now whispers of despair drifted like fallen leaves. The townsfolk, weary and worn, moved through their days with eyes dulled by invisible burdens, each step heavier than the last. They were suffering from an affliction far worse than mere tiredness. It was soul-draining, a slow erosion of spirit that gnawed at their very being. Yet, in the midst of this quiet chaos, there flickered a faint ember of hope. One by one, people began to gather in the town square, drawn together by an unspoken need for connection. They came with stories etched on their faces, burdens carried in their hearts, and a yearning for something more than isolation. There was Mrs. Thompson, whose garden once blossomed with vibrant colors, now a mere shadow of its former self; young Billy, who had lost his laughter somewhere along the way; and old Mr. Jenkins, whose tales of glory days echoed like a distant song, fading into silence. Each person arrived with a fragment of their struggle, but together they formed a tapestry of resilience. As the sun sank lower, casting a warm glow over the cobblestones, the gathering transformed from a mere assembly into something electric. With each shared story, the weight of despair began to lift, as if the very air around them shimmered with renewed energy. Laughter bubbled up unexpectedly from a corner, drawing smiles even from those who had forgotten how to feel joy. It was in these moments that the magic of community revealed itself, a protective shield against the soul-draining forces that had seeped into their lives. Historically, the power of community has been the lifeblood of humanity. In times of crisis, it has acted as a fortress, standing resolute against the storms of despair. In ancient Greece, a society that thrived on the principles of kinship and togetherness, individuals understood that their strength lay in their bonds. The agora, a bustling public space, served not only as a marketplace but as a gathering point for discussions, celebrations, and the exchange of ideas. It reinforced the belief that no one person is an island, and that in unity they found solace from the struggles that threatened to consume them. As the town square filled with the warmth of shared experiences, Mrs. Thompson took a deep breath, her voice trembling but strong. "I used to think that my garden was the only thing I cared about," she began, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "But I realize now that it's not the flowers that make me whole, but the people who surround me." With each word, the townsfolk leaned in closer, their souls weaving together like the threads of a grand tapestry that told a story of survival and connection. This was not just a gathering. It was a reclamation of spirit, a collective stand against the shadows that threatened to engulf them. The power of community surged through the crowd, revitalizing hearts that had long succumbed to despair. Each shared laugh became a defibrillator to the collective heart, each touch a reminder that they were not alone. People started to reach out, offering support, ideas, and a listening ear. The tale of a nearby village came to life in the whispers of the crowd. There, centuries ago, a similar darkness had spread. But rather than succumb, the villagers banded together, forming networks of support that transcended mere friendship. They created festivals celebrating harvests, evenings filled with song and dance, ensuring that joy wasn't merely a fleeting moment, but a way of life. This sense of belonging cultivated resilience, allowing them to withstand the trials of hardship. Back in the town square, the flickering light from a nearby lantern illuminated faces that were once shrouded in gloom. Young Billy, who had spent too many days cloaked in silence, found his voice amidst the laughter. "Can we do this every week?" he asked, a smile breaking free upon his lips. The question hung in the air, a spark igniting a fire of enthusiasm. "Yes," echoed Mrs. Thompson, her heart swelling with a warmth she hadn't felt in years. "Let's meet every Friday, for stories, for laughter, for life." As the crowd erupted in agreement, a sense of purpose began to take root. Each face reflected a shared commitment to nurturing not just their spirits, but one another. They began to formulate plans, not just for weekly gatherings, but for acts of kindness that would ripple through their community. A soup kitchen, cleanup days, shared skill workshops, all ideas sprouted from the depths of their newfound connection. The history of community resilience echoed through their plans, a reminder of how collaboration could create waves of change. Just as the great cities of the past had come together to build walls that protected them from invaders, this small town was constructing emotional barricades against the soul-draining forces that had infiltrated their lives. But just as the night deepened, an unexpected chill swept through the square. A shadow loomed in the distance, whispering reminders of the darkness they had fought so hard to escape. Doubts began to creep back in, threatening to snuff out the light of hope. Yet the townsfolk, emboldened by their connections, stood firm, their hearts beating in unison. No longer would they allow despair to dictate their lives. They had found strength in one another, a force powerful enough to push back against the shadows. The stories of the past intertwined with their present, a dance of emotions that defied despair. Community was not just a gathering, it was a lifeline, an armor forged in the fires of shared experience. Together, they faced the darkness, their spirits intertwined, ready to protect each other against the soul-draining forces of the world. And as they stood, united in purpose, the air crackled with a promise. The promise of survival, of joy, of life reignited. In the hushed shadows of history, whispers of unseen forces linger, shaping the very fabric of societies. Picture a dimly lit tavern in 19th-century New Orleans, where a soft melody curls around the air, drawing in souls hungry for connection but unknowingly courting danger. Laughter echoes, but beneath it, a chill creeps in, a sudden awareness of something darker lurking just beyond the warmth of the flickering candles. Here, in this space, soul vampires move with grace, charm, and a disarming smile, but their intentions are far from pure. Their legacy stretches far beyond the dim corners of such taverns. It seeps into the heart of culture and society itself. As the centuries rolled on, the concept of the soul vampire transformed, adapting to the fears and fascinations of each era. In ancient folklore, they were demons, specters of the night that preyed on the living, stealing life force in exchange for twisted pleasures. These tales served as cautionary whispers, echoing through darkened alleyways and echoing in the minds of those who dared to believe in unseen forces. But as the times shifted, so did the nature of these vampires. They evolved into figures woven into the very essence of literature and art, embodying the complex dance of desire and destruction. Think of the literary giants who channeled the essence of these vampires. Edgar Allan Poe, who painted them as tragic figures bound by their own insatiable thirst, their elegance cloaked in despair. In the haunting lines of The Raven, the soul vampire transcends time, echoing the psychological battles of loss and longing, leaving readers entranced and unsettled. These characters are not merely figures of horror, they hold a mirror to the darkest corners of humanity, reflecting our vulnerabilities and insatiable desires. The allure of the soul vampire found its way into the grand salons of the Romantic movement. Swirling around the personalities of Byron and Shelley, they captivated audiences with their brooding intensity, embodying the struggle between light and darkness. The term vampire itself evolved, becoming synonymous not just with bloodlust but with the craving for emotional and spiritual connection. A connection that, once forged, could just as easily lead to ruin. This dichotomy struck a chord, resonating with souls yearning for passion and depth, yet fearful of the cost. The 20th century witnessed the rebirth of the vampire, a figure who slipped through the cracks of culture, redefined by the shadows of World War I and II. The horrors of these global conflicts birthed a new breed of soul vampire, those who thrived on despair, manipulating fear and suffering for power. Governments, ideologies, and leaders emerged as the true vampires of society, wielding control and draining the vitality of entire populations. The impact left scars that ran deep, instilling a pervasive sense of mistrust that seeped into the human experience. Hollywood, ever the chameleon, latched onto this cultural phenomenon, giving life to the poignant tension between love and destruction. Films like Nosferatu cast a long shadow over cinema, showcasing the vampire not merely as a monster, but as a tragic figure haunted by their own nature. The allure of glamour and danger danced on the silver screen, transforming the vampire into an icon, an embodiment of rebellion against societal norms. The emotional conflict of desire versus morality sparked a frenzy, igniting imaginations and shaping the narratives of countless lives. Yet, the legacy of soul vampires extends far beyond page and screen. They have seeped into our music, our fashion, and even our politics. The haunting melodies of early blues and jazz stir emotions buried deep, echoing the cries of those who lived in the shadows. The artists, often misunderstood, became the modern-day soul vampires, drawing from their pain to create beauty that resonates with the heart. Their music speaks of heartache and longing, a desperate need for connection that transcends the mundane, leaving listeners breathless. Fashion, too, has been swayed by these mystical beings. The Gothic subculture emerged in the late 20th century, embodying the allure of the dark and mysterious. Black lace, velvet, and silver jewelry caught the eyes of those yearning to embody the very essence of the soul vampire, seeking power in their self-expression. It became a statement, a way to embrace the shadows that lingered just outside the glow of the streetlights. This movement was not merely about appearance. It was a celebration of the depth of emotion that soul vampires represented. In the realm of politics and social movements, the legacy of soul vampires continues to haunt. Charismatic leaders with their magnetic pull often captivate followers, drawing them into a web of ideologies that can uplift or destroy. History has shown time and again how easily hearts can be swayed by the promise of belonging or power, how soul vampires can rise to prominence, leaving devastation in their wake. The emotional toll is palpable, as generations struggle to reconcile their yearning for connection with the reality of their choices. Through the ages, the legacy of soul vampires has imprinted itself on the very psyche of society. Their impact lingers like a haunting melody, a reminder of the delicate balance between desire and destruction. As cultures intertwine, the echoes of these enigmatic figures continue to shape narratives, forging connections that both inspire and terrify. The tension mounts, leaving individuals grappling with their own shadows, the dance between light and dark ever present in their lives. In every story told, in every song sung, the essence of the soul vampire looms large, threading through the fabric of existence. It is an unending cycle, a reminder that the search for connection can often lead down darkened paths where the price of intimacy is steep, and as the night deepens, the allure of the soul vampire continues to beckon, promising beauty and destruction in equal measure, leaving the door ajar for the next haunting tale to unfold.